chilled show. That's what I'm looking for. Just looking for a really fun, entertaining, chilled show that we can just sit back, enjoy, and hopefully get a few talking points out of. I mean, obviously, everyone's looking at this show thinking about Giulia. I feel like Giulia is the front runner. We could do that, though, and see what people are thinking. So, who could arrive tonight? Who do we think we see tonight? Oh, let's change that question, actually. Who will we see tonight? Who will we see tonight? So, Giulia, Stephanie Vercoli. Let me type. Oh, it has good. Delta. More than one. Okay. So, obviously, Giulia is the one that I think most people are thinking was off camera on Tuesday, because we saw Jada and we saw Roxanne react to someone. So we think it was Giulia. It could be Stephanie Vercourt, of course. I don't think it would be Delta because we haven't really spoken about Delta. Roxanne has actually said, like, you know, it doesn't matter who you are. You can be Giulia, you can be Stephanie. I don't remember her mentioning Delta. So I feel like Delta's a little bit more under the radar. So I don't think it would be her that was off camera. I think I get the feeling it'd be Giulia or Stephanie. I think it's Giulia that they're going with. I think it's Giulia that we see tonight. But as I've put there, will it be Giulia that we see? Will it be Stephanie that we see? Will it be Delta that we see? Or will it be more than one? Maybe they bring in more than one of them. I don't know. I mean, for me personally, I would try and space them out because I think in wrestling, you always want talking points. You always want moments. And that's literally every show. Like every single show, you want a shock, a talking point, a moment, something that makes the viewers feel like, well, that was worth tuning in for. And obviously you can achieve that lots of different ways. But if you're bringing in 3 new women, then it makes sense to not bring them all in on the same show, in my opinion, unless you're going to put them in a group. And I don't think you're doing that. So I would try and space them out if possible. I would try and make it so that we're bringing them in at different points. But I don't know. I mean, if they're ready and this is a big show, maybe you do just pull the trigger on them. So we've got a quiz, little questionnaire thing there. Feel free to answer away on that. We won't keep it up for throughout the whole show. We'll get rid of it before we get to the kickoff show because it does take up too much room, doesn't it, all that? So we'll get rid of it before we actually get to the kickoff show, the countdown show, whatever it is they're calling it these days. But yeah, hopefully we are expecting something and a fun show. Kim Shane said Giulia for sure, and someone from TNA, maybe Steph DeLander or Ali. Steph DeLander used to be in NXT. I believe she was Persia Pirotta, if that is the same person. I believe it is. So it would be interesting to see her back. I must admit, when she was Persia, I never quite got her. I never quite understood. She was like friends with Indy, and she was all right, but there was not really anything that made her stand out. I think they made her character a bit too vanilla. They sort of did this weird love thing where you had Persia and Duke Hudson, and you had Indy with Dexter Lumis, and, you know, there was a bit of fun to be had there. That was all right, as storylines go, that was okay. But I think her character didn't really have much to it. And, you know, she ended up getting cut, unfortunately. I mean, I think there was quite a few that ended up going around that time, and she was one. But from what I've seen, she's done very well since she left, kind of joining up with Matt Cardona. And she seems to have, like, really established herself. I think she had established herself before, but I didn't know her. I know a bit more of her now. And so, yeah, if she was to come in, that would be pretty fun. I'd be down for seeing her again. Ali, am I right in saying that was the bunny in AEW? Is she in TNA now? My TNA knowledge is, as people know, very limited because I don't watch. So I think if that's the same alley, then that would be interesting. Be weird seeing her in NXT, but then we've had quite a few jumping over, so... Ibrahim says, Daze, I was a big fan of the videos. I see your face reveal. I'm a big fan of face reveal. My face reveal was on video 1. Go back to the very first video on the channel. That was my face reveal. Like searching for Finn Balor. Oh, yeah, the toy hunts. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoy those, buds. Toy hunts were very difficult, I've said before, during lockdown, because during lockdown, couldn't toy hunt. So it just sort of really impacted the channel a lot. I mean, I think the pandemic changed a lot of things. I mean, if you go down like the high street now, there's a lot of empty shops that never opened after the pandemic. There's a lot more people that work from home now because companies couldn't open, so people were working from home. So like that all changed as well. I feel like it did change things. Not super drastically, but just, you know, it had its impact. Of course it did. One of the things it had an impact on for me was just really slowed down the kind of toy hunting and all that kind of stuff, because whilst I couldn't do it during the pandemic, when the shops did reopen and you could kind of go in, it took them ages to catch back up. So not only did we go through a period where they were closed, but when they opened, they were like, it was all messed up. Like they hadn't been getting deliveries. And I mean, God, the disruption was just immense. So yeah, like it took ages then. So when I finally did get to go, I mean, I was able to do a toy hunt then, but I was so out of it, you know? I kind of, my figure collecting had slowed down to a snail's pace. And to be honest, now I'm so selective with what I get now. But it is better. Like, it is better. Before, I was buying figures for the sake of buying figures. I was buying figures and justifying it because it was like, well, I need it for the channel. But since I've kind of stopped doing that, it is better. I mean, I don't have as much, like, clutter around. I don't have... I mean, I've just got so many figures. How many Lanas does one man need? Do you know what I mean? I kind of look at some of the stuff I've got, and it's like... You know, it's cool to collect, but I think it can easily get out of control. And I think it got out of control for me. So the pandemic probably came at a good time for my resetting of my figure collecting. So that's why things have slowed down on that front. But always we'll look to do toy hunts. I think we've done 2 this year. And I could upload 5 if I actually sat down and did some editing, which I hate doing. I could, you know, upload a load more, because I've only uploaded 1 video from America. There's loads of footage, which I do need to do. So there will be more on the way, but these wrestling shows, they just get in the way, don't they? Al said, do you know that Giulia came from Stardom, the place in Japan that just finished the Stardom 5-star Grand Prix tournament? Their WrestleMania, usually a month-long tournament. This year, 3 weeks long. Yeah, I know she came from Stardom. I know what Stardom is. I mean, I couldn't tell you that kind of detail, like a 5-star Grand Prix tournament stuff. I can't tell you that, but I know that it's an all-women's promotion. I know that it's in Japan. I know that New Japan own them. I know that, like, they kind of have been a bit of a... developmental for people coming through there. I mean, there's a lot of talent. Like, I believe Toni Storm wrestled over there, Blair Davenport wrestled over there. There's quite a few women that have gone to Stardom that might not be on that roster, but have really learned like different aspects. You know, it's a great place to go and learn and make yourself a better wrestler. So, but I don't keep an eye on their roster. I don't worry about it until I actually start hearing them getting linked with like WWE. It's just one of those where for me, there's just not enough hours in the day. I mean, I think when you are doing what I do, it's very hard to kind of find the time to pay attention. I could have it on in the background, but I wouldn't really be watching. This is why I like a lot of podcasts and stuff like that, because I don't have to really give it much attention. Just keep an ear out. If I had it on in the background, I wouldn't be watching it. I'd just be listening, and that's it really. You know, glancing, and you know, so it's a bit tricky. That's why I just don't really bother with it. I much prefer podcasts and stuff like that, and trying to kind of improve my WWE wrestling knowledge. So yeah, I'm aware of Stardom, but it's not a promotion that I engage with. It's a promotion I would be interested if I did have time, though, because I do like women's wrestling. And I suppose in a way that's probably the closest we've got to All Japan Women's Wrestling, which was, you know, AJW from back in the day with Bull Nakano and all of those. So it's probably the closest we've got to that now. So it is a promotion that would be on my radar, like, for watching, but I don't have the time. So, yeah, we'll see what she does. Obviously, she's just been in Marigolds, and she has done her dates there. On Unseen, we had the picture of her saying goodbye to her granddad. So we know she's headed to America. She's completely done. She's completely free. I wouldn't be surprised if they show her here. I'm expecting it. How quickly we're going to be able to move with that, though, I'm not too sure, just because maybe they've been doing a lot of stuff in the background, but she's got to move, and she's got to find a place, and she's got to settle in, and do you know what I mean? Like, there's things that she needs to do. So I could understand if she's not around every single week while she's trying to get herself moved, you know? But while she's been working with Marigold, maybe some stuff's been happening in the background. Maybe, like, she'll be ready and hit the ground running. So I expect to see her tonight. I'm guessing we see her Tuesday, and then I wouldn't be stunned if we don't see her for a couple of weeks or something while she gets herself figured out and gets a few things sorted. But I suppose the great thing about NXT is you're not really traveling around, so it's not like the main roster where you're constantly all over the country, all over the world, constantly traveling. You're just always in Florida. So, you know, really outside of taping shows or, like, you know, recording shows, you're in Florida just doing whatever you need to do. So she's got Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Certainly they wouldn't have her on house shows at this stage. So, you know, she'll have the rest of the week. But yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if she needs a little bit of time to get herself sorted, you know? I mean, that's a big move, man. That is a big move. To, like, move your whole life and say goodbye to all your friends, all your family. Start again in America is huge disruption, so we'll see. Wrestling Proud, shout out to you, my friends. Gifting a membership, which is really cool. Really appreciate it. So, Wrestling Proud's 87. I'm sure that was snatched up straight away. TNT Pro Wrestling Booking Agency LLC. Shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Appreciate everyone joining us on this Sunday. It's a bit weird being live on a Sunday. Still not... I'm kind of in the habit now of just being live on Saturdays, not being live on Sundays anymore. I mean, historically, this is when the wrestling pay-per-views used to be on a Sunday. But I'm very much used to them being Saturdays now. So being live on a Sunday is a little bit strange. But good. I like it. It's nice to be here. So, yeah, looking forward to the show. Probably we should just quickly run down the card, shouldn't we, for those that don't know? Let's do that, and then we'll jump back in the chat. So we've got Ethan Page against Joe Hendry with Trick Williams as special guest referee. I don't know what role Trick's going to play in this. But the fact he's involved means he's going to be involved. So he obviously wanted Joe Hendry, or at least he's saying he wants Joe Hendry to win. I don't see Joe Hendry winning, just because it'd be a bit wild to have a TNA talent be the NXT champion. That would be a bit out there. So I'm thinking Ethan gets the victory, and I think, like, Trick counting the 3 is not going to want to do that because he doesn't like Ethan. So I think it's going to be somewhat along those lines. So yeah, I've got Ethan retaining. Then we've got Roxanne Perez against Jada Parker. Roxanne retains, but the bigger question is who's going to appear, because I think that's the match where they're going to show up. So if Giulia comes out, man, at that point it's going to be sick. I'm so excited. I really think that, you know, her being at WrestleMania and like being shown in the crowds. It's just a way of them letting you know this girl's coming, and that way, you know, have her on the radar. So I'm looking forward to seeing her coming in. I've seen lots of clips, lots of stuff has been shared by people online about Giulia. She's a great talent. She's going to be a big star. I mean, it's just like when Io came in, really, or just like when Asuka came in. So, you know, she's a big, established, very decorated Japanese female superstar. And it's good, really good. Then we've got North American champion Oba Femi against Tony. I think that's tricky. I think that could go either way. I think that Tony could get the victory there because we could have outside interference to help Tony. And if you want Oba to move on to bigger things, then Tony would be a really good person for him to drop the title to, because Tony is a big star himself, head of the family, you know. So this is a credible challenge for Oba. And Tony's going to have a plan. Tony's not stupid. I don't expect Tony to get in there and just get smashed. So there is a chance that Tony gets this. I don't think he does. I think we're going to stay with Oba Femi. I think this is just like a good challenge. But it's one of those where I could see an argument as to why Tony would get the win here. But I'm going to say Oba retains. Then we've got Women's North American Champion Kelani against Wendy. I think Kelani retains. She hasn't had it that long, so I think she retains. I suppose a bit similar to what I just said. A good challenge for Kelani. Wendy is a bit weird, but she's a big name as well. Like they've done a lot with Wendy. So Wendy could get the win. Like, she's a bit weird. We know that kind of mysterious character plays well. It kind of falls into that Undertaker, Bray Wyatt, Wyatt Sicks kind of area. And, you know, she's someone that I think could be a decent star for them. I don't know quite how people feel about her, but I feel like there's something there to her character. I would probably move away from the sleeping thing. I think if we moved away from the sleeping thing and just had her being like a darker character, I don't think she needs the sleeping thing anymore. She's not really doing the sleeping thing now. Now she's all like twisted. So I'd probably just lean into that. If we did that, she could absolutely be mid-card women's champion. And then that frees Kelani up to be, you know, around the main title. The problem Kalani's got is that Giulia's about to come in, Stephanie Vicor's about to come in, Delta's about to come in. Someone told me Bozilla is about to come in. I don't even know who Bozilla is. But that's another female that apparently they've signed. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if now is a good time for Kelani to drop the title. It might be a bit too soon. I'm going to say Kelani retains. But that is another example of where you could put the belt onto Wendy if you wanted. Choo against Nathan Frazer and Axiom. I don't see why we would go back to Nathan Frazer and Axiom, so I'm thinking Choo retain. Wesley against Zachary Wentz. Surely we go Wesley. I mean, that he's, you know, he's a solo star. He is a heel, and so you do want to see the heel get his comeuppance. But is Zachary Wentz the right person to give Wes his comeuppance? I kind of feel like Wes needs to be a monster heel and just off he goes, you know. Solo star now. He's broken away from the MSK, the shadow of MSK, and he's going to go off now and be a heel. And I think a win over Zachary is just going to further help him, to be honest. So I'm thinking Wesley wins. So 6 matches, and honestly, they look not bad. I really don't think this is a bad card. We are in Denver, so we're not in the Performance Center. I think it always feels bigger and better when we're not in the Performance Center. I think it's just always got a bit of a bigger feel to it. And obviously, we're getting ever closer towards leaving USA and going to the CW network. That's going to be a big move as well. So lots going on with NXT at the moment. It's a very exciting time when it comes to WWE, and a lot of shows moving around. Delwyn, hello, my friends. Hope you are well. Delwyn says, very generous as always from Delwyn. Delwyn, always firing in like big super chats, so it's so appreciated. But Delwyn says, I'm going to read it. I'm just trying to find the show so that I don't need to worry about that. We've still got 40 minutes. Delwyn says, evening Daze. Evening, Delwyn. Hope you're well, buds. CM Punk had an incredible match against Drew. It was probably, in my opinion, his best match since his return. I mean, it's not the biggest to choose from, options-wise. I think he had a house show match against Dominic. His SummerSlam match, which I was not keen on because of the whole Seth and all that nonsense. So, yeah, completely agree. Best match of those options since he returned. He is currently in the best shape of his life right now. Don't know about that. His body is not in a great place because you've only got to look at him and he gets injured. I mean, and he seemed to get gassed quite quick, I thought. I mean, he really seemed to be out of breath really, really quickly. I think cardio-wise, he is not where he was. Wrestling ability-wise, I think he is, but I always worry about him. I just feel like anything goes slightly wrong in a match and you just run the risk of losing him for 6 months. I mean, the amount of injuries that he's had since coming back to wrestling, I mean, he hasn't even been back in wrestling that long, but like he's constantly tearing something or something like that. I think his body is past its prime. Where I would agree with you, though, is that I think he's in a good shape. He's hitting the gym. Do you know what I mean? He's not like let himself go or anything like that. But I just think, listen, wear and tear, it catches up with everyone. And I think it's kind of caught up with him a little bit. So Gunther Randy, that match was such a good old school match. Yeah. So, Darwin, what would you say was your favourite match? I did put this out on X, and CM Punk Drew looked like it was the answer. Let's whoosh our way over here and get the here and here. And then if we go down... Here we go. What was the best match at WWE Bash in Berlin? CM Punk versus Drew, 42%. I mean, it's not even that close. Gunther Randy at number 2. So, Delwyn, you were correct when you highlighted those two, according to our community. Nearly 500 votes. CM Punk Drew, which is, I think, not... Is that in line? It's not quite in line. So you did vote CM Punk Drew as the best match. You gave it great 80%. But then the second best match you lot said was Terror Twins against Judgment Day. And then only by 1% though. So you gave Terror Twins Judgment Day great 76%. Randy Orton Gunther great 75. 1% in it. Between Terror Twins, Liv and Dom, and Gunther Randy, just 1% in it. But you did go with that as the top 3. Gunther Randy, Terror Twins, Liv Dom, CM Punk Drew. But here on X, it's a little bit different. It's CM Punk Drew, then it's Gunther Randy, then it's Terror Twins, Liv Dom. I must admit, I did the opinions video for it, and it was a real struggle, actually. Not to share an opinion, but to pin down what the best match was. Because I do think these are relatively close. I said in that video, I just think the touching of the turnbuckles let the CM Punk Drew match down. I'm sure many people enjoyed it. And for them, it was, I don't know, maybe even made the match better. But for me, it constantly resetting and then you constantly having to go back through it again just was a bit of a chore. You know, the 1, 2, and then a kick out. Like, that's quite exciting. But watching someone, like, drag their opponent over to the corners so that they can, like, touch all 4 corners, it didn't have that same level of excitement to me. And then it would reset and then you'd have to do it all over again. So... for me, that kind of just got in the way. I'd love to see CM Punk versus Drew in a match. Don't give me a guest ref. Don't give me a flipping stipulation. If it is Hell in a Cell next, then okay, let's go. Hell in a Cell, CM Punk Drew, no special guest ref. Let's see what that looks like. So yeah, for me, that would be my quibble. But it's nothing more than a quibble. Terror Twins against Liv Dom, I actually think was really fun. And said before, if I was to go back and watch any match, it might be that one. I'm not saying it was the best match, but I do think there's maybe an argument it was the most fun. Gunther against Randy, it's very hard to explain kind of what I meant, but I just think that it is old school. But sometimes old school stuff doesn't mean it's good. In regards to, I don't think the selling of the wrist injury made the match better. I don't think that it elevated the match. I remember watching it going, oh, if his wrist wasn't hurt, this would be a brilliant match. I mean, I don't know that it was a legit injury. It might have just been selling. I don't know, right? But it felt like it got in the way to me. I was watching it thinking, you know, if he wasn't injured, then, you know, these two would be able to throw a lot more, bigger move. Every time he was doing something and he was, like, you know, in pain, it wasn't making the match more enjoyable. Oh, this is so clever type situation for me. I felt it got in the way. It was slow. I don't mind that. But I said in the video, if it's slow and it builds and you have really big stuff at the end, the fact that it's quite quick at the end is a lovely contrast to the slower stuff at the start, but it never really got that quick. So it was slow, it got a little quicker, it had some high impact moves, like when he was setting the steps up, slamming him on the table. So it did have moments. I mean, it's a really good match, make no mistake about it, but this is why for me it's not a match of the year contender. I don't put it up there in like my top 5, or I don't even know if it makes my top 10 matches of the year. So I feel like all the matches just had a little something that was a quibble. It's not that it was an issue, just that it's hard to kind of pin down which was the best match, because everything I just feel had something that was not 100%. So, but that's just me. I mean, there's plenty of people out there that absolutely loved all of them. As you tend to find, we were going down the opinion videos, and some people were like, this is 10 out of 10. Every match delivered. I can't fault it, all that kind of stuff, which is brilliant. If that's how it was for you, that's brilliant. That's how you want the shows to be, you know. And I still gave it a really good score of what I think's a good score of 7.75. Because I do think every match delivered, and I was not bored with any of the matches, and I thought, considering it was a B show and it was a little bit underwhelming when you look at, you know, comparing it to a SummerSlam or a WrestleMania, it didn't have anything like that. I mean, we sort of knew Cody wasn't losing, and we sort of knew that, like, we didn't think Gunther was losing. I thought there was a chance, but it was a small chance. So, you know, predictable was the word that kept getting used in the opinions video. It was too predictable. And there's probably a bit of truth to that. But I think they still delivered. It was still a very fun, entertaining show with some really great moments. So, yeah, it's in the past. We move on. I think they got out of it as much as they could. I think if you wanted a better show, we needed a better card, to be honest. We needed a better card. I think the card was fine, but I think a lot of people had made their minds up before we even got to the show. So, yeah, it's one of those. And it seems like you enjoyed it, Delwyn. Seems like you enjoyed it, buds. So, yeah, I agree. It was very old school, that main event match. Which is what you're going to get from Gunther, to be honest. He's going to bring that. He's very good at that kind of old school psychology of, you know, selling an injury and whatever. But as I said, did it make the match better? Don't know. Answers on a postcard. So, Darwin, shout out to you, my friends. Scott said, I can't wait for tonight's show. Scott, shout out to you, buds. Yeah, it should be good. I think this card looks better. I think this looks better than yesterday, to be honest. But because I think there's a little more doubt here. Like I said, you could have Wendy win. You could have Tony win. I don't think Hendry wins. But I don't really know what to expect from that match. And obviously the big thing for me is Giulia coming in, is Stephanie coming in. Like, that's the big thing. Yesterday it was hard to see where the surprise was going to be, and we ended up really not getting any. Whereas today I think we know we're going to get something, and that's pretty exciting. So yeah, I agree. I think tonight looks like it should be a lot of fun. Nolene, hello. Nolene, I was only thinking about you the other day, you and Patrick, wondering if you were all right and the family was all right. So lovely to see you, Nolene. Please send my love to the family, to Patrick and everyone. So welcome, welcome. I hope that life is treating you all well. Right, let's get this. Boom. 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 Lovely. Yes. Right. Miguel said, with so many options for John as his final WrestleMania match, where is the best choice? For me, it would be Punk. I know a lot of people want Randy Cena, but I think Cody Randy for WrestleMania would be better. Well, the streets are saying, and you can't always trust the streets, but the streets are saying that it should be Cody against Rock at WrestleMania. So Randy might be free. He might not be engaging in something with Cody at that point. I just think there's a lot of great options. I think there's a lot of great options. I don't really think there's a right or wrong answer there. I know that Randy wants Cena, and I'm trying to remember if he said he specifically wanted him at WrestleMania. I think if Randy wants Cena at WrestleMania, then, well, I would have to sit down with Randy. If I worked in creative, I'd have to sit down with Randy and have to be like, look, if we do that match, we can do it, but it might be a bit soon because, well, I suppose we can move a few things around. But I think you would want that to have a title involved. I don't have any interest in having two matches with the same person for Cena next year. There's so many people that want to face Cena. Why would you want to have two Randy matches? Why would you want to take one of those dates away? You know, I feel like there's so many people that want to face John and test themselves against John before he hangs it up. We've got to just have different matches, different people. So if the Randy match is at WrestleMania, for me, that's it. That's it. That's the Randy match next year. Because Kevin wants to face Cena, and Cody wants to face Cena, and Randy wants to face Cena, and there's loads. Everyone wants to face Cena. So I kind of feel like if you do the Randy match at WrestleMania, that is then the match where, in a lot of people's mind, they want that to be for number 17. They want them to both be on 16, go in for 17. Well, how are you going to get Randy to 16? And how are we going to get the title involved? Like, that is a lot of work. So if we do that, I don't know that it's going to be what people are hoping it's going to be, which is 16 versus 16. I think if Randy wants that, we're going to probably end on it, or it's going to need to be late in the year, because we're going to need to do quite a bit of work to get to that moment. So this is why I'm saying I'd have to sit down with Randy, because it would be a case of, what do you want more? You can face Cena, and obviously Cena's got to say as well. He needs to say who he wants to face. But I know Cena will be down for facing Randy one more time. But it's like, do we do it at WrestleMania? If we do it at WrestleMania, I don't think it can be 16 time versus 16 time who gets the record. I don't think we can do that by WrestleMania. So then, do we do it later in the year? But we can do that then. Like, we can find a way of getting Randy to where he needs to be, and we can find a way of getting the title to where it needs to be come the end of 2025. So this is where it needs to be a conversation. So for me, I don't mind. I mean, I'm just going to trust in Triple H. I think that it's one of those where you need to have talks with people. You need to get a list, really, as to who does Cena want to face and who wants to face Cena. And then you get that list together, and then you kind of dish out, you look at the dates, you put the matches like in the various dates. Obviously, SummerSlam, WrestleMania, his last match, these are key, right? Cena's going to have a say in all of those. He's going to have a say in all of it. So it's difficult to sit here and say, oh, it needs to be this person. It should be that person. Because I think there's just... You got to sit down with the talent and you got to talk it out with them. So for me, it's a boring answer. It's not a sit on the fence answer. It's my honest answer. I don't mind. I really don't mind. Because if it turns out to be Randy, brilliant. I mean, that's a match I want to see. If it turns out to be CM Punk, brilliant. That's a match that I want to see. If it turns out to be the World Heavyweight Champion, whoever that is, because Cena's going to try and win 17... And we're not going to do the 16-time versus 16-time. It's going to be, I don't know, Gunther versus Cena. Cena's going to try for number 17. Well, that's going to be brilliant as well. I mean, that would be brilliant. So I'd be down for that. Do we do a match with Roman one more time? Do we do a match with Jacob? Do we do a match with Bron Breakker? Like, there's so many options. As I said, Kevin wants a match. I'm sure Sammy wants a match. I'm sure Jey Uso wants a match. I'm sure that Bronson Reed would like a match. Would you do Uncle Howdy? I don't know. I mean, is that, with all the history of Cena with Bray, surely an Uncle Howdy match makes sense as well. But again, this is where you have to sit down and make that list. So, yeah, I'm not dodging it. I really don't mind. I don't mind. I just think there's lots of different ways of telling these stories. So I'm just going to trust in Cena, Triple H, because he said Triple H said sitting down and talking to John about what, how we're going to end his career is a real privilege for me. That's what Triple H said at one of the press conferences. So that's what's happening. They are sitting down and they are mapping this thing out. They've got him for 30-odd dates. He's going to be going around the world next year. So he's going to be saying goodbye to the different places. So, if they're going to be coming to the UK or wherever you are, next year is going to be big because it's going to be your last time to see John Cena. And I'm sure the ticket prices will reflect that. I don't know that he'll be able to wrestle each one, but I would expect him to do a bit of like the US Open Challenge thing. I think it'll be like, you're not here to hear me talk. I know you're here to see me fight, so bring me someone out. I could see it being one of those where Cena like does a bit of Open Challenge, like, and it's a regular thing, because that's a great way of not having to do a build, not having to do like, these big stories, which you would do for WrestleMania, SummerSlam, but on an average Raw, you might want to do 3 different opponents, 3 different weeks. So you can't really be doing like stories or whatever. Just do open challenges. The John Cena Farewell Open Challenge or something like that. And a lovely callback to when he was United States champion and we had banging matches. Honestly, when he was doing the US Open challenges, they were so good. So for him now to do like the Farewell Open challenges, that would be really good. So yeah, I'm really excited for it. Miguel, I hope you are as well. So, yeah, Cody, Randy, CM Punk, I think they're all great options. I think they're all on the table. It's just which one do we go with? Chris said, would be a nice surprise to see a Trick Williams heel turn, but one with good reason. Not wanting the NXT title to go to the minor leagues. I mean, like TNA, says Chris. Yeah, I'd be all right with that, but it would be a bit weird. I mean, the thing is, it's a bit weird because to me, Trick Williams is so over. He's such a red hot baby face. People pop massive when he comes out. He's got that presence. He's got that aura. I have no idea why we took the title off him. I've been asked that question, and the only answer I can come up with is that we just needed to get it onto someone different. Like, I don't know, perhaps in order to get Ethan Page to come over, we had to you know, say, we'll make you champ, we'll put the title on you, or something. Maybe that was part of the agreement. I really don't know. Because he didn't have that belt very long. I mean, he won it in April, and then he's already, like, not had it for a good, 3 weeks or so? I mean, he lost it in August. I mean, that's no time. It's really no time. But, I mean, like, is their top guy? I mean, he's, like, getting the biggest reactions. He's the guy you look at as being, like, a big deal when he goes to... I see him as a massive deal. I think he's got it all. I think his matches are solid. And, you know, will only keep getting better. You got to remember, he's not someone that's come from the indie scene. He's someone that is learning and improving and has done that over the past 3 years. But that is not a process that has ended. That's a process that's still going on. So he is continuing to add to his moveset, continuing to get what pro wrestling is. 3 years in, and we're in a great place with him. So he'll go to the main roster, no doubt about that. And he'll continue to keep developing. But as of right now, you know, his matches are perfectly fine. His promos are solid. Like, he's got a personality. He's got a charisma. He's got an aura. He's definitely got an aura. So, yeah, that's what shines, really. He's got a good size to him as well. I love him. I think he's fantastic. So, and, you know, it's really exciting, I think, to see, like, a black superstar that really feels like they've got a chance of being, like, a big character on the main roster. Because, unfortunately, historically, it's, you know, we don't have loads of, like, black superstars that have gone on to, like, you know, achieve big things. Like, if you look back at all the faces, you know, Bruno was the face of the company. Hogan was the face of the company. John Cena was the face of the company. Stone Cold, Triple H. I don't know what Rock identifies as. I don't know. It's kind of mixed heritage, isn't it? So, I don't know. I don't know what Rock identifies as. You can include The Rock in, I don't know, black superstar if you want to. I don't know what he identifies as, so, you know. Obviously, I'm being respectful. I don't know. And I'm saying I don't know. But if you look back at, like, the history of it, there's not loads. And for him to come through, it feels like a big deal. You know, I think we all remember Kofi Mania and the emotion of that, you know? That, I mean, I seem to remember them regarding Kofi as being the first black superstar to, like, win the title. So that would mean that I don't think that at that point they were recognizing The Rock in that way. So, yeah, for me, I think, like, this is long overdue. Long overdue. So I think it's great that he's coming through. I think he could be, you know, he could make a big impact. I think that he really has got potential to get himself to world titles, multiple world titles, and really, you know, stake a claim up there. I can't quite go as far as to say he's going to be like John Cena, or he's going to be the next Roman. I can't bring myself to go quite that far. There's too many things that can happen where that just isn't true. You would look at Bobby Lashley, wouldn't you? And you would say, there's no doubt that Bobby is going to be, you know, up there. And he had his moments, but he was never the face of the company. He was never John Cena. He was never Stone Cold or Hogan or Bruno, or, you know? I mean, we really badly treated Bobby, in all fairness. I think he just lacked a little bit of that kind of charisma, really. His promo skills were okay, but I don't know why we didn't have a manager with him. I sort of feel like, you know, a Paul Heyman type, someone like that with Bobby Lashley. I don't know why we didn't invest more in Bobby. Bobby felt like we could have got more out of Bobby. I think Bobby feels that way as well. But listen, Trick coming through. I think he's got great potential, and I suppose down in NXT, you can take a bit of a chance of trying the heel turn and seeing how it fits. You know, give it a run, give it a try, see if it's worth doing. Because you might try it and it just might not fit very well. But down in NXT, you can try it, and it's worth, you know, giving it a go. It's one of those that I don't think makes a great deal of sense because, to be honest, I just see him as a red-hot babyface. But it's developmental, and we do forget that. Even I forget that. It's developmental. It's a great place of just trying stuff. And if it doesn't work, it's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world. But at least you've tried it, and at least he knows what it's like. I mean, I think he was a bit heel at times when he was with Carmelo, but he was still in Carmelo's shadow. It's very different, him being heel out on his own, you know? So, yeah, I wouldn't hate it. It's not my preference, but I would just put it down to, let's give it a go, you know? Let's give it a try. Let's see how it looks. But, yeah, love Trick. James said, hopefully No Mercy is great. I can't watch another embarrassment again. What was embarrassing? Which bit was what are we thinking about? What are we talking about? Like a show? Am I forgetting an embarrassing NXT show? I'm trying to think what the last NXT show was. I remember the one at the Apex. That was okay. Oh, that Fatal 4-Way was the last one, wasn't it? Where Ethan won the title. What was that? I can't even remember what that show was now. Yeah. I don't remember that being a bad show. Yeah, was there a bad show? I mean, if there is, I've erased it. Which, mentally I do that. Montez Ford is someone. Hello, big time. I feel like Triple H has missed the boat on. He was ready to break out 2 years ago, and then we stalled and stalled and stalled. They haven't won the tag titles in 4 years. I feel a bit sorry for Street Profits, though, because I think they did have that idea to put them with Bobby, and then Bobby's left. And you never quite know what's going on behind the scenes. I mean, for example, we know that Montez is a very religious man. I mean, he constantly tweets, God is great, yeah? He's a very religious man. And I don't think that there is a single bone in his body where he would want to screw over at Dawkins. Like, in the wrestling world, there's a lot of people that are in it for themselves. I mean, you sort of have to be because you are your own contractor, you know? I mean, you could get released and, you know, you've then got to go and find work elsewhere. You know, if Montez got released, Dawkins might not. And Montez would be out on his own. And then, well, go up, off you go. I mean, TNA or New Japan or, you know, wherever, right? So there's a lot of people that are like trying to get theirs before disaster hits or before their career ends, right? And there's a lot of people that are out for themselves. Dog eat dog world. It is what it is, yeah? The politics of wrestling. But I think with Montez, I get the impression that he is not quite like that. I think, obviously, you do have to look after yourself. You can't be getting pushed around. But it would not shock me if they came to him and said, we want you to go solo. And he was to say, I don't want to leave Dawkins. That would not shock me if that had happened. I don't know that that has happened. But if that had happened, I would not be stunned by that. And also, I think that they did try to put them with Bobby, and then the Bobby thing just sort of fell through. The other thing that's worth remembering is, when did they start talking to Bobby about renewing his contract, right? When did they start talking to him about trying to get him to sign a new deal? Because if it was 6 months out and he didn't re-sign, are you gonna get behind someone for those 6 months that you don't know is going to be sticking around? You're probably not. So that would mean that potentially for the last 6 months, 7 months, 8 months, 10 months, who knows, they've not been getting behind Bobby and the Street Profits because there's been all this doubt as to what the future is actually going to hold. There are politics and things that go on behind the scenes. There's definitely balls dropped. Definitely, you know. there's definitely plates that are not being spun that should be getting spun, right? So I'm certainly not trying to defend Triple H and WWE, because mistakes do get made. People do get overlooked. The Wyatt family is flipping, the Wyatt Sicks is based on that. People that are being devalued and overlooked. So that definitely happens. And, I think it has happened with the Street Profits, so I'm not disagreeing. But I'm just adding a little extra context that there could be some reasoning as to why some of these things have happened at different points. Wouldn't be shocked if they tried to break up the Profits and have Montez go solo and him turn it down. Wouldn't be shocked if they didn't invest in them because Bobby didn't re-sign, and so they didn't know what the situation was there, so they just carried on with other things. When you've got so many toys to play with, like Triple H does. I mean, he's got a whole, Raw roster, SmackDown roster. He can call up people from NXT. When you've got so many people to oversee, if you've got someone that's giving you a bit of trouble, like Bobby not re-signing and what's happening with that situation, you could understand it being better from a time point of view that you don't invest your precious time into trying to find a solution. You just leave it. I can understand that. Because if I was in creative and there was a whole thing going on with the Pride, and it's like, what's happening there? Oh, Bobby, we don't know if he's going to resign. Okay, well, should we get the Profits out? Well, no, because if he does, we do want to run with that. Okay, well, we'll leave that for a bit then. And then you focus on something else. So this is what I mean. I think there are other things, other factors that do come in when it comes to like that kind of side of the booking, but I don't know. There's not really a reason as to why you wouldn't pull the trigger on Montez, other than there's just other people constantly coming through. Montez's time could have been a couple of years ago. And, now we've got Carmelo, and we've got other people that are coming through that we're looking at, and we're like, well, what we were going to do with Montez, we'll do with Carmelo instead. And then all of a sudden, do we need Montez as much to be a solo star? And you might even look at the tag division and say, well, actually, the tag division needs help. It needs a boost. Now's not a great time to split the Profits. We need the Profits cooking, really. So, that could be another factor as well. So, yeah, lots of reasons. James says, the Man United guy. Oh, yeah, I saw that. I didn't watch it, thankfully. I was doing other bits and bobs, but I saw the result. I can't say I was too surprised, to be honest. I thought we would struggle. I just think this is a team that needs bedding in. Like, they just strike me as a team that are not on the same page. And Casemiro's an issue, isn't he? So get Ugarte, however you say his name, get him in. That'll help. And get people, into a system, get them, knowing what they've got to do. And I reckon by the time we play Liverpool next time, we should be in a much better place. But, yeah, not a fun evening if you're a Man United fan. Ken88, shout out to you. My friend said, I'm at No Mercy. Oh, look at you. Check you out. I got myself some floor seats, and the energy is great here. It's gonna be a great show. Let's go, Joe Hendry, and I love the podcast. Ken88, shout out to you, my friends. Well, have a fantastic time. I honestly, the card looks really good. I think the show is going to be really good. If you're telling me that the people of Denver have got great energy, well, that's good, because we know the wrestling world is going to look at that crowd and compare them to Bash in Berlin, and that is not an easy comparison because they were unhinged. So hopefully Denver brings the noise, brings the atmosphere, brings the energy, because it does make a massive difference. It really comes across to those at home. I mean, I think some of the matches yesterday got better scores and were higher rated because the fans were just going bananas, the energy, the excitement, it just comes through the screen. So that's good info to know that Denver is up for it. So Ken88, have a great time, my friends. Have a great time. It should be a really good show, and who knows who we're going to see. We've got our little poll going. Is it going to be Giulia? Is it going to be Stephanie Vacour? Is it going to be Delta? Is it going to be more than one? And I can tell you, out in the leads by a country mile, Giulia at 47%. Then in second place, more than one. So you lot think there's a chance we could get Giulia and Stephanie, or we could get Giulia and Delta, or we could get Giulia, Stephanie and Delta, right? So that's in second place, 26%. Stephanie Vacour at 22%, and Delta down at 5%. So we don't really know a great deal about Delta. I don't know much about Delta. The only thing I can tell you is that Rhea Ripley was, I believe she's from Australia. Rhea Ripley was asked to name someone that's coming through that we need to keep an eye out for a while ago. It might have been back in like SummerSlam, maybe even before that. She was asked to name someone to keep an eye on. She was like, well, there is a girl that I'm keeping my eye on. She reminds me a lot of me. She's going to be a problem. She is a wrecking ball. And I think, is it Riot City Wrestling or something like this? I don't know, over in Australia. And she said Delta. Like, keep your eye on Delta. And lo and behold, I don't know if Rhea knew that she was signing or whatever, but lo and behold, she has signed. And Rhea said that Delta reminds her of a younger sort of Rhea Ripley. She's got that sort of vibe to her, so that's a pretty high bar, isn't it, for Delta to come in and try and get up to Rhea Ripley level. Rhea Ripley, I mean, I don't think any of us would be shocked if she was on the cover of the video game on her own next year. I mean, she really is about as high as a woman has got for being, like, you know, a face of the company. I'd only really put maybe a Charlotte and certainly a Becky ahead of her. Yeah, she just is a massive star in her own right. Massive star. So can Delta get to those levels? They'll certainly be hoping so. But Maka Rice said, can you come and get Sean Dyche and drive him to the airport? Get him away from my club. Yesterday was embarrassing. You're not happy, bunny buds. Yeah, I mean, that's football though, isn't it? You know, the highs and the lows, it's the way it goes. I mean, I think you'll be all right in the long run. But I just think, like, a few clubs are really struggling with their starts, just like Man United. So hopefully it settles down. John said, Daze, I would love to see a Survivor Series style NXT event with NXT versus TNA. I think that would be epic. They don't really do that anymore. I mean, they did used to do Raw SmackDown, but the past few years there's just been more War Games. So I think the Raw SmackDown thing has gone out the window now. I think we could get to an NXT TNA kind of event. I think, though, that you need to do work with introducing people. So, for example, Jordan Grace. NXT fans will know Jordan Grace now. Joe Hendry. NXT fans will know Joe Hendry. Rascals. NXT fans will know the Rascals, right? And I'm sure there's others coming. I mean, there's others that will be on the way. But if you're NXT and this is your goal, like your ultimate goal is to do NXT versus TNA, it makes sense to use and introduce people into NXT, give them a little bit of a run, and then move on to someone else. And then by the time you get to that show, you can use those people, and all of a sudden it's a much bigger show because you've introduced everybody over a period of, 6 months, 7 months, 8 months, whatever it might be. So they might be in the process of doing that. It might be a case that this is exactly what we're doing. We're working our way through people so that we can showcase them, so that ultimately we can get to some sort of event like that. But I don't know if that's where we're going. I don't know if that's the ultimate goal. I don't know if they're still feeling it out. But yeah, I could see it getting to that one day. I could see it getting to an event like that. They will know the Hardys. Yeah, they'll know the Hardys. Yep. I mean, there's a lot of wrestling fans that watch both. I mean, I think there is a really healthy crossover between NXT and TNA. So, you know, there's definitely a percentage of fans that will already know these people. But listen, I feel like I represent those people that don't watch both. And so I'm in a position where I know kind of who I know and who I don't know, and how excited I would be for an NXT TNA show. And my excitement level for that show right now would be limited because my knowledge of TNA superstars is limited. But as we introduce more and as we showcase more, then obviously my excitement would be higher. So yeah, I think that's why I'm saying it could be a bit of a goal that we're working towards, you know? Could be something that we easily get to by the end of the year or maybe around WrestleMania. I don't know that they'd want to do it WrestleMania, though, because that's a big weekend. And I think you go pretty big on WrestleMania weekend with, like, some really red-hot feuds. And I don't think those red-hot feuds would involve TNA talent. So, don't know. Maybe end of the year around Survivor Series time might be the right time. So we'll have to see, but I can tell you that the show is starting. We've got aerial shots of there we go. So aerial shots of Denver, and we are in the CGI studio at the headquarters. We've got Mega Morant, we've got Sam Roberts. Countdown to NXT No Mercy has begun. Let's go. Right, let's end this poll because I don't think there's going to be much movement. I do like to be able to see the chat better. There we go, that's nice. Giulia 46, more than one, 26. Kian said, Daze, I hope you are well, having a good stream. It's NXT day. I enjoyed Unseen. I thought Bash was okay. I'm happy that Liverpool won 3-0, and I hope you're having a great day. Yeah, I am, yeah. I mean, like, the Man United result didn't go my way. It went your way. I'm pleased for you. But I was watching the cricket. England won that. Kept an eye on the racing. The Formula 1. That was kind of interesting. It's been a bit of a sports day today, really. But I've just, like, you know, been on Twitter, keeping an eye on the news, and obviously just waiting for tonight. So, yeah, my day really has been a bit weird, just watching a little bit of sport, doing a bit on Twitter and getting ready for this. So, but we are here now, and they just showed Ethan and Joe backstage. There is no match, as far as I know, that's going to take place on this pre-show. So I think it's just going to be a lot of previewing and talking and video packages for those that haven't been watching NXT on a weekly basis. But yeah, should be. If we do have any interviews or anything, obviously we'll turn our attention to that. James said, people said that the show was predictable. But in my opinion, the predictable doesn't mean that it has to be bad. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. I think, I think, like, I agree. I think predictable is fine. I suppose it would be nice to have had one of the bigger matches have a bit of doubt to it. I think where we knew Cody was going to retain, if Gunther had been champ for a bit longer and then he was facing Randy, maybe that would have been a bit more fun if it looked like Randy was going to get the title, or, you know, there's a bit more doubt there. But because both of the big title matches were, you know, I think we knew that they were, I mean, odds-wise, the champs were massive favourites. I think it did kind of keep people away, unfortunately. It seemed like going into it, the predictable thing shouldn't be a problem, shouldn't really be a barrier. Just watching wrestling and watching the story continue. And plus, you never quite know. I mean, the great thing with wrestling is if they want to shock you, they can. I mean, you know, they decide who wins. So if they look at it and they want to do some a bit out of the blue, they've absolutely got the ability to do that. They absolutely could have had Randy win. Of course they could. So there is always a slither of doubt. But, yeah, I mean, I think it was a bit of a barrier for some. And I think that it's, you know, it is what it is. The show's done. We move on. I think Bad Blood is going to be more unpredictable. I think it'll be a better cards. I think it'll be a more exciting show. I think there'll be more excitement going into it. It does feel like Bash in Berlin was about as B a show as you're going to get this year. But as I said, you know, it's really hard because I gave it 7.75. I mean, for me, we're really knocking on the door to an 8. I don't think we got to the 8 range for me personally, but we're knocking on the door for the 8. So I certainly was not down on the show. But and there was a lot of people that said that they weren't that excited for it. A lot actually got in touch, said I wasn't that excited, but you know, I had a great time. And I think that's what the show was. That's what the show was. It was, didn't have high hopes, but you know what? That was fun. And brilliant. Let's go. You can't really have too many complaints there. So, but for those that were like, oh, well, you know, I'm not keen, whatever, it's done, innit? It's done. We move on. But yeah, let's see what NXT has got for us. Duran said you can't go with how they wrestled before. She might be crazy, but coming in WWE is different. Look at how they changed Sarah Logan. I was hoping that she was going to do her crazy Mary gimmick, says Duran. Yeah, I mean, that's true. So I think, are we talking Delta? I think Delta is, I don't know much about her, but I would say that if they have got, if she is going to be like Rhea Ripley-esque, I could see them leaning into that because it's been a success for Rhea Ripley. The problem is, though, you don't want Rhea Ripley 2.0. You don't want a Rhea Ripley clone. Like, you're going to have to give her a slight edge. There's got to be something that's going to differentiate her from Rhea. So you are correct. We can't just expect her to come in and do what she's doing on the indie scene. But equally, I don't know that they would take someone that's Rhea Ripley-esque and just completely change her into, you know, an Ash by Elegance type character. I think they do like to base characters. They like to find out what you like, who you are, and then turn it up to 11. Who was it that said that? I think it was Peyton Royce. Peyton Royce said she got called into the office to meet Vince. She went in and Vince was like, what do you like doing? And Peyton Royce was like, oh, I don't really do much. I just watch TV and then go shopping a bit. And Vince just looked at her like horrified, because what he was looking for was he was looking for something that he could grab hold of, turn it up to 11 and like make like a character out of it or do something with it. And she didn't offer him anything really. She just went in, she's like, I'm pretty boring really. And so what can he do with that? He can't do anything with that. And she actually said, I think that was a real mistake that I made. It's funny, isn't it? Because she was just answering honestly, but like in retrospect, she was like, I think I made a real mistake by not giving him a better answer there, you know? I don't know if she did or if she didn't make a mistake there, but I remember that being something that was said on, I think it was her podcast. So I feel like that's very similar down in NXT. They like to take who you are and then just try and like turn it up to 11. So if she comes in and she's like Rhea Ripley already, I think they'll still run with it. And I think they'll try and turn that up. But you are correct in saying there's no guarantee they'll do that. And also, we already have Rhea Ripley. So we've got to be quite careful with not just having a Rhea Ripley clone, because that won't do Delta any favors. So she's going to have to be a more unhinged Rhea Ripley. So that kind of goth look, but someone that doesn't have the cheeky, fun personality. Someone that's more calmer, you know? Someone that's more China, more focused, early China, you know? Moody. Maybe you just give her that kind of edge instead. So I don't know. I don't know much about Delta. I'm looking forward to finding out more. Big Time said, despite the rumors of the PC going to Vegas, it could be detrimental to NXT because the PC crowd is the lifeblood. They help get talent over, and it's going to be hard to replicate that. Maybe. I don't know. I just think that's a community. I think that crowd is a great crowd, but they are people that go to the wrestling. I don't think you get too many people going that don't go regular. As I've said, you know, do you remember, is his name Kyle? He used to wear the Everton shirt, blue shirt. He used to stand and shout at the wrestlers. He used to see him all the time at Full Sail. And I've seen him a couple of times at the PC. But I haven't. It's funny, actually. I went to the house show. He was there. So he still goes. He was at the NXT house show. I don't know if he goes to the NXT tapings, but he used to be at Full Sail all the time. So there is a community of people. Look at Izzy. Izzy used to go. Her family used to go all the time. Used to see her and her family at Full Sail. And I think they even went to the PC when it first moved. I don't know that they go anymore, though. But I think it's a community. And I think it's going to take a little time to establish that if they do move. But I don't know that how long that will take. But I've no concerns that once you get people going on a regular basis, that you will be able to get that vibe again. I mean, you could hold NXT like anywhere as long as like you build that community of people and they start getting settled in and they start to know each other and they start to enjoy the show. Like, they'll start making noise. I don't think what you get in Florida is like unique. I just think that it's established. That's the word I would use. So it would take a bit of time for NXT to get established in Las Vegas if that move happens. But once it is, then I think you'll have a good community, a good crowd. Wrestling fans are wrestling fans, wherever they are. Nia Nitro said, I'm interested to see the balance of all the girls with alternative tastes. We already have Rhea with her aesthetic. It's going to be hard to not draw comparisons between Delta, Stephanie, and her. Yeah, I agree. I think, though, this is the benefit of having women coming from all around the world, because Stephanie, it comes from Mexico. English is not her first language. And she is going to be able to bring a bit of that sort of Mexican heritage. She is not someone that's like a luchador or anything like that. She doesn't wear a mask or anything like that. She's kind of, I don't know. She's a little bit, I get the sort of Billie Kay, not funny Billie Kay, but Billie Kay when she was more serious down in NXT. And she used to like come out, she had like nice entrance gear and she was a lot more focused. Billie Kay was like serious for a time. And then obviously like she became a comedy character. So I think she's going to be like Mexican heritage, very proud, classy, dangerous, a silent assassin is the sort of vibe I get from Stephanie Vacour. The only reason why I think she's silent is because English isn't her first language, so I don't know that she's going to talk all that much. So I'm seeing some along those lines for her. In regards to Giulia I think is more bubbly, more fun. I think she's more outgoing from just the bits that I've seen. And obviously she comes in from Japan, so she's going to bring a different flavor. She's got a different background, a different heritage. And then Delta, as we said, I think is more dark, moody, not Wendy, Choo, or Bray Wyatt, but yeah, that kind of goth powerhouse. So that's mentally what I'm seeing from the three. I think all three bring something slightly different. All three come from regional wrestling, or like come from, you know, indie wrestling, or however you want to term stardom, right? They all come from, you know, wrestling. They're not next in line. They're not athletes that have got potential. They're already going to be probably, well, further along probably than most women in NXT. I mean, I'm thinking of Roxanne being able to hang with them. But like, they'll be much further along than a Kelani, who's got great potential but just doesn't have the experience. They'll be much further along than a Sol Ruka, who's got great potential but doesn't have experience. So, you know, we're really injecting. It's very exciting because it feels a lot like the Black and Gold days, where we would go and get the best indie talent and then put them in. And, you know, it would really make a big difference. I suppose you could make the point that we've sort of done that with the men by going and getting Ethan Page and going and getting Lexis King and going and getting, bringing Sean Spears back. I don't know that we can say they're the best on the indie scene, though. I mean, all of them they've been around a long time, you know? All of them have got lots and lots and lots of experience. I suppose what I would love to see is us going and getting those young guys. I suppose when we went and got Carmelo, that was a good recruit. That was a good person to go and sign. It'd be good to see who else is out there, but you know, I just don't know what the indie scene looks like post-pandemic. I don't know like how many great promotions there are out there anymore. I know loads of indie promotions shut down, but I don't know why we didn't go and get Michael Oku from Progress. I'd love to see them go and get Cara Noir if Cara Noir is, like, you know, back and up to full strength. There are people out there. There are people out there. So I would love to see them not just go in and sign in like people from AEW, but who else is out there? There's I don't know his name, but there's a guy who I really like the look of in Beyond Wrestling. I've been like checking out a bit of his stuff. I can't remember his name though, but there are some people out there. There's some people in Beyond, and as you said, you know, I mean, we're obviously having a look at TNA. They obviously like the look of Jordan Grace. They obviously want to get her. I'd imagine if Joe Hendry's contract comes up, they'd be interested in Joe Hendry, but I sort of feel like there's a whole level below TNA and below AEW that, you know, used to be the Evolve level, the Ring of Honor level, the Beyond Wrestling level, the Bar Wrestling level, the Wrestling Circus level, that kind of level. You know, Rev Pro, Progress, WXW, that level. And we just don't really dip into that level anymore, which I think is a bit of a shame. But we are, when it comes to Delta, Stephanie Vacour, sort of Giulia. She's coming over from Stardom. So it's good to see the women coming in. I'd like to see them do it with the guys. I'd like to see us go out and grab some of those great indie males that are out there. Nita Nitro said, I miss the Iconics. I think we see them next year. Oh, I like that. Yeah, I loved them. I so miss them. I thought they were great for the women's division because they were characters. Billie Kay legitimately used to make me laugh. I think doing comedy in wrestling is very difficult. I think it's very difficult because it can stray into silly. And, you know, sometimes you look at it and it can not quite land. I mean, we've seen a lot of bad Miz segments, for example. A lot of stuff there, you know, hasn't landed with me in the past. Miz and Morrison, hey, hey, ho, ho, all that stuff, you know. But then you get gems like Santino, you get gems like R-Truth, and I include Billie Kay in the gem category. I thought she was about as funny as anyone I've seen in recent years. I thought she was fantastic, so that was a real shame to see them go. Looking at the experience Nia Jax has, but she is sloppy. I personally think she is not great in the ring, says Tony. I think she's got better. And I don't know how much experience she had before coming into WWE. Obviously, she's been in WWE a long time, but I think she was badly used, to be honest. I mean, I don't know what training she received before coming into WWE. I certainly don't remember seeing indie footage of Nia Jax. I think she was part of that Bloodline family. She had a great size to her. And, you know, they brought her into NXT and they trained her up. And I think she ended up kind of getting fast-tracked because of her size. I think she sort of ended up getting a bit fast-tracked and, to be honest, going to the main roster probably before she should have. And then, you know, the music to me was never right. I don't know if she ever really understood, like, how to be that big bully, you know? I think she is actually a lovely person in real life. I think that's been a challenge for her because you look at footage of her outside the ring and she's lovely. I mean, she's such a lovely person. I don't think she's like a nasty person. I think she's a lovely person. And so I think it's been a bit of a challenge for her to portray that nasty monster. I don't think that has come easy or natural to her. I feel like she's getting it better now. And the botches have, you know, I don't think they've completely gone, but they have greatly decreased. And, you know, perception is reality. The perception of her was that she was just a botch machine and people wouldn't really give her much chance because, well, she was just awful. She was, you know, chances were she was going to injure everyone she stepped in the ring with. And to be honest, she injured quite a few women, so... You know, you can understand where that came from. But since she's come back, she feels a bit fresher. Feels like she gets it better. Feels like she knows how to be that monster a little better. Feels like she's probably having as good a run as she's ever had. I mean, look, she's no flipping Kurt Angle. But I don't think she ever will be. I think she is just meant to be that monster. She's meant to be a problem. And so really, it comes down to the booking. Can you make her feel legit? She should be getting clean wins. She should be, like, dominating girls that are not on her level. And she should be a problem for the Baileys, the Beckys, the Charlottes. You know, she should be a real... Like, if they get the win over her, it's took everything. She should not be easily dispatched. So I think the booking, the creative, has let her down in the past, to be honest. But I don't disagree. Like, she has had her challenges, and I think she continues to have them. But it's about getting out of her as much as you can. Because there's not many girls that that look like her that can do what she can do in the ring, you know? There's not many girls out there that can do that. If there were, then you'd see them, you know, everywhere. You'd see them in AEW and everything. But she's that size that she's got is quite unique in 2024. So I hope this continues to work. I hope this continues to be a good run for her. Big Time said, I think with the international pay-per-views or PLEs like France, Germany, Perth, they have great energetic crowds, but the vibe definitely gives off beef show. I've heard people say the crowd makes it hard to focus. Well, I agree. I actually think the crowd do at some point get in the way. I think, for example, Gunther versus Randy, brilliant start. You know, Randy looking around and it having that Hogan Rock feel, right? I mean, the crowd were going bananas. Like, Randy's having to look around and just can't believe, like, big smile on his face. There's a Mexican wave, he's joining in with it. And, you know, it's just, it's a happening, right? It's a scene. It's amazing. But then the match, like, gets underway. And, you know, they're both down and they're both selling. I've said before, and it was my criticism of the France crowd. My criticism of the French crowd was that they weren't reacting to the match. It was just party time. Like, yeah, if there was a pinfall, they would react to it. But if it's like both guys are battling away, both guys are down, you know, and it's all a bit tense, that kind of tense moment doesn't come across if everyone in the crowd is just, yeah, la, 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 you know? That kind of like, come on, cheering on like Randy or whoever, cheering on whoever it is that the babyface is that were rooting to win. Maybe part of the problem was that they wanted both guys. Face versus face is possible, but not preferable, because really you'd want the whole crowd to be behind one person. Like, come on, Randy, come on. That's what you want. You want the crowds playing their part of, like, you know, creating the right energy and cheering for the person, the babyface. Well, unfortunately, what we ended up with was da-da-da, da-da-da for like 40 minutes. So they brought great energy, but, you know, I don't know that it helped at times start the match, and it kept like the energy high during the thing, which is all positive. But if I was to criticize, I would say that there's moments where they needed to be really getting behind someone, really kind of conveying the emotion of the match. I think the ebb and the flow of the match can be lost if you've just got like the same soundtrack over the top. It's a bit like watching a film, and a film, you could have like a real heartbreaking moment. You're going to want some slower music. You're going to want, or then like a really fun moment, you're going to want some fun music, right? Imagine watching a film like that, but it's just the same song that plays all the way through. Like, to me, that's what you are seeing from the international crowds, is a crowd that's, no disrespect to these crowds, because they are great, but they are marks for themselves. They're kind of like, look at us, look at how great we are, we're one of the best crowds ever. But WWE is unfortunately encouraging it, because they've got the decibel readers, and people are obviously singing the praises of the crowds. And so now if you go to a show like that, in your head you're like, well, we've got to beat France, we've got to be up there with Germany, I don't want England falling behind. So, subconsciously, you are encouraging people to make that noise, to get off their seats and to, be like noisy and everything, which is great. But that is also the downside to it, is that it becomes fabricated. It becomes fabricated. It's no longer honest reaction. It's no longer reacting to what you're seeing. It's just, let's have a party for 3 hours. Let's just cheer and shout and show that we're just as good as the French. We're just as good as the Germans. Not gonna let our, don't want people saying we're a bad crowd, which is such a weird thing to happen to wrestling. All of a sudden now the crowd's performance gets scored. 4 stars. 4 stars for the crowd. So I don't disagree. I think the crowd are marks for themselves in 2024. I do think that we've sort of encouraged that, unfortunately, rather than it just being an honest crowd with honest reaction. It's one of those where I think you would want an American crowd that is going to give you honest reaction, right? They're going to sit, they're going to watch, they're going, oh, come on, Randy, come on. You're going to get that honest reaction. But I think you want it just turned up a little bit. Like, when it's time to really make noise, you want them to make some noise. When it's dramatic, you want it to be dramatic. You want honest reaction turned up to 11. I think what you get from international crowds is not fake reaction, just party. So everything's a party. Everything's amazing. There's not much drama. It's just da 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 for like 30-40 minutes. So, but it's very hard to criticize, because what's the alternative? They all sit on their hands. I mean, we'd be critical of that as well. I feel like there's a sweet spot. There's some the perfect crowd would do what we just said. In my opinion, they would react honestly, but they would react big. That's the perfect crowds, and I don't feel like we're quite there. But because these crowds are louder and they're more energetic, they are seen as being more preferable than maybe the American fans at the moment that are a little bit more subdued, because you've had so much wrestling. You got to remember, that's the first time you've been to Germany, right? It's the Scotland PLE, a France PLE, a German PLE. I mean, of course they're going to go bananas. They've got like a lifetime worth of energy that they need to get out of them as wrestling fans, so of course they're going to go bananas. So it is unfair to compare, really, to Denver tonight, or compare to Florida, or compare to Philadelphia. Because it's just different. It's just different. You lot have been to tons of top tier wrestling. Like WWE, you've seen some of the all-time greats, whereas Europe has been sort of starved with that. We don't have a WWE in Europe. It'd be different if we did. but we don't have like a WWE in Europe. We don't have that big promotion with like these. It's a shame, really, because Europe's produced some incredible wrestlers. Incredible wrestlers. I mean, you know, you think about Andre the Giant, you know, coming out of France. Think of Bruno Sammartino coming out of Italy. Think about what Drew McIntyre's doing at the moment, coming out of Scotland. Think about the British Bulldog. Obviously, you know, one of the great big names. I mean, Europe, William Regal, of course. Europe has produced like loads of great talent. I wouldn't say like numbers wise more than America, but I think enough where you could have supported a Europe promotion. You know, if there was like a big European promotion, like, and we didn't send our best talent to WWE, I think we could have had a killer promotion in Europe. Could have been amazing. Could have been, you know, look at what they're able to do in New Japan. Look at like New Japan and All Japan, and look at like how good those promotions are. Think about if all of Europe sent their best to one promotion and it just toured around Europe. That WWE is lucky that we never got our shiz together over here, let me tell you. Because that would have been a hell of a show, man. Hell of a show. But Tony said, I'm not being biased, but I think the UK crowds get it right with the energy and responding to matches, says Tony. Maybe. I think, like, maybe the UK crowds are in that unique position where they have had the right amount of wrestling. Like, we don't have a WWE that's constantly over. It comes over, like, once a year, something like that. And so we're so in love with wrestling and WWE. Like, it's if you look at all the big YouTubers, like, there's a good chunk of them that come from the UK. And that's not a coincidence, right? It's because it's so popular. Like, it's so loved over here. And we don't have anything like it. We don't have a WWE. So we, you know, have fallen in love with WWE. And so I think, like, they've been coming over since 89. So we've been pretty well served, and we've had, you know, PLEs in the past. So I feel like we don't have that kind of, oh my God, this is the first time I'm ever coming to see it. This is everything I've dreamed of. We don't have that, but we do still have energy because it's just part of, you know, the football culture, really. I've said before, I think football culture, making noise and all of that is just ingrained in Europeans. Because if you go to the football or the rugby or even the cricket, I mean, people think cricket is like you sit on your hands and you just gently applaud. But if you watch England, it's not. It's people in fancy dress. Some of the stuff you see at the cricket is bonkers. I've said it before, there was at the cricket, right? England versus, I think it was England, Australia. There was this dude dressed as a chip, you know, like a French fry, right? He was dressed as a French fry, and he was running up and down the stand. And the commentators are like, look at this guy here. What's he come dressed as? Is he a chip, a French fry? Like, and he was running around. They're like, it's a bit weird. It's a bit weird. Like, and then out of nowhere, like, these 20 guys dressed as seagulls came running onto the stand, chasing after this guy that was dressed as a chip. And they were just running around like this. It's like hilarious, brilliant. There was another one as well where the crowd were playing with a beach ball, right? At the cricket, a beach ball, you know, like Raw after WrestleMania. And it ended up going like to the security guard, and the security guard was like, no, you're not having this anymore. So he took the beach ball, and the crowd were like, boo, all this. So this dude that was dressed up in a costume, like as a pirate or something, he went down, he's like, give me the beach ball back. And the guard was like, no, no, no. Then all of a sudden, another dude that was dressed up went to try and get the beach ball. By the end, there was hundreds of people in fancy dress, all shouting at this guard, trying to get the beach. You had SpongeBob, you had Batman. All of a sudden, Hulk Hogan was coming over, right? You had all these guards from Buckingham Palace, all like trying to get this beach ball back. You had all these like massive group of fancy dress costumed people just desperately wanting this beach ball back. Honestly, but that's just part of the culture. That's at the cricket. So, like, you know, the football, rugby, it's all chanting and making noise and being involved. So I don't know. I feel like there is a sweet spot. I don't quite think that these international crowds have found it yet, but undeniable, the energy they bring is beneficial. It does make for a better show. I think it is a positive. I don't see, we've been a bit critical, but I think like they are a positive. They are something you'd go, great crowds. Yeah, really fun. Really, the energy came through. I felt like I was watching something significant because there was just so many people having a good time. I just really felt like I was watching something that was fun and that people were enjoying. And I'll take that every day. But I do think that it can be a bit more nuanced. And I think that's when we hit the real sweet spot. That's when this thing really clicks. So, who knows? 5 years' time, these crowds will hopefully still have the energy, but will be more dialed in. But as I said, maybe part of it is that some of the matches were a bit predictable and like we all knew who was going to win anyway, And Gunther is a face in Germany and Randy is a face anywhere he goes because people love him. So, again, it might have been different if it was Dirty Dom against Ray, If it was Dirty Dom against Ray, I'm sure you would have got the kind of reactions that we were like hoping for. Anyway, that's enough on the crowd. I think we've ticked that box. Days 3-0, Mo Salah and Diaz Masterclass. Thought United were back. Oh, we are. United are back. It's going to take some time, though. It's going to take some time. No one said it was going to be straight away. So I'm looking forward to when we play Liverpool next. Because I think that Liverpool are going to decline. I think that at the moment you've got that new manager bounce. And I think that your team is still the Klopp team. But fast forward a little bit. When that new manager bounce wears off, When that new manager bounce wears off. And all of a sudden, a few different players have come in and I don't know, is it still going to be clicking? Is it still going to be cooking? So I'd say enjoy. Enjoy today. Enjoy today. There may not be many more in the future for Liverpool. So I'm confident. I'm confident that Uniteds are going to be all right this season. But certainly a setback today. Jada might be the best ever, said Zoom Station. Spartan said, what are your thoughts on the Champions League draw? I didn't really watch it, to be honest. I mean, I think the new system looks good to me. I didn't get it at first because to me it just seemed a bit unfair. But I kind of like how they've done it. So, everyone plays 2 teams from pot 1, everyone plays 2 teams from pot 2, everyone plays 2 teams from pot 3. So I suppose really it's not any more unfair than a draw for a group, You might end up in a group of death. You might end up in an easy group. That was always a chance, wasn't there? There was always a chance you'd get a hard group or an easy group. And like this, you might get a harder draw, you might get an easier draw. But I get it now in regards to everyone plays 2 tough teams. Obviously, it's going to, if you get Real Madrid, that's going to be tougher than playing, I don't know who else was up there. That's going to be tougher than playing Bayern Leverkusen, right? So you've got like the tough teams, then you got the next level, then you got the next level, then you got the next level. So I sort of get it. It feels sort of fair. No more unfair than how the group stages were drawn in the past anyway. I like the fact you play different teams. I like that. I think that's good. 8 different teams rather than the same team twice. I think it's more exciting to play different teams rather than the same team. More matches against teams that you would care about seeing. More of those. I think it's quite good, actually. I haven't seen it in action yet, but so far I think it looks quite good. And then I don't know who got what. I mean, to be honest, I just looked at all the teams and I was like, oh, seems like everyone's just playing everyone. So I don't know who's got the better draw or anything, but yeah, we'll have to see. Lisa, hello. Shout out to you. Would you think it is Paul Levesque or Nicholas Khan's idea for doing the international with PLEs? I would think it was probably both. I feel like it might be Nick's, but I don't think Paul would have any problems with it. I think it's probably more Nick, though, because I think UFC has shown that there is money to be made outside of America. I mean, UFC are constantly going around the world. They're doing shows in Australia, just done shows in the UK. They do Europe, you know, they do everywhere. They go everywhere. So they're trying to get into, they've done France. They're trying to get into Africa. You know, they really are trying to be a global brand. And there's so much money outside of America. I mean, there's so much money. There's so much money to be made. And, you know, think about if you've got a stronger product in Germany, you've got more fans watching. When it comes time to renegotiate the TV deal in Germany, surely you can renegotiate for more money because there's more people watching and there's more interest. Same in France, same in Scotland, same in everywhere, you know. So at the end of the day, it's not only more merch that's being sold. It's not only more YouTube views and just general engagement, but it's also better TV money because there's more people interested in your product. It just makes so much sense. It just makes so much sense. So I think it was B Nick that kind of led that charge. I don't know that Triple H would have been the one that led that. Plus, it's not really his job, to be honest. He's head of creative. He's head of what gets put on the TV. He's not in charge of where they go. But they have got a very close relationship. I think Nick Khan knows that he has only been in WWE for a hot minute, right? I mean, I don't know when he joined. It was not that long ago. I mean, 4 or 5 years ago, something like that he came in. Compare that to Triple H, who's been in the wrestling business pretty much his whole life. He was in WCW before he was in WWE. And he joined WWE in, like, what, 95, something like that? So this is someone, like, you know, the amount of experience they've got in the wrestling world is vastly, vastly different. So I think their relationship is very, very close. So I think going international makes a lot of sense from a money point of view, and also, you know, serving more fans, and it's just win, 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 win. I think it's good. I feel like there's things that need working out, though. I don't like the shows being shown live in Europe and then shown at a different time in America. Not crazy on that. I think that'll sort itself out once we're on a streaming platform, because then we can just stream it. The problem is USA Network obviously deserve the opportunity to decide when the show gets shown on their network. So if they don't have a space earlier in the day to show it, then, you know, that's it. Like, it's going to get shown on a tape delay. But if you're on Netflix, you can just go live whenever, can't you? So I think there's little kinks like that that need working out, and a few other little bits and bobs. But it's yeah, it's good. I think we're in a really, really good place with it. I'm looking forward to more. Edward said, we don't play the way we did under Klopp. We play more like Man City with possession-based and attacking and counter-attacking like Klopp had us playing. Edwards, I know that your style has evolved, but you are still using the same players that you had, right? I am very interested to see where you're going to be and where you're going to finish this year. Do you remember how good Postecoglou was at the start, and everyone was hailing him as the second coming? And he was having, like, Tottenham were like top of the league, and it was like, oh my God, it's clicked, amazing. And then it started to wear off. New manager bounce, mate. New manager bounce. Enjoy the success whilst you've got it, because it is not guaranteed that it will be sustained. Word of Wrestling said new Rowan post that's cryptic. I think it means Uncle Harper. Take a look. Okay. New Rowan post. Let's have a little look. Oh, a little video. It's something on a TV. I don't know what the music is. It's hard to kind of watch because I can't really have the music playing, but it looks like puppets. It looks like puppets and they're dancing away. So I look at that and I sort of get like potential Funhouse return kind of vibe. I don't get Uncle Harper. I don't know where Uncle Harper vibes come from. I don't get Uncle Harper vibe. But I get puppets dancing. I get that sort of thing, if that's the one. It was on his Instagram account. I mean, it wasn't put through the Wyatt Sicks one either. It's put through his personal one. Do you know, it looks to me like puppets having a good time, which might be interpreted as they are the puppets brought to life, and you know, maybe they're having a good time at the moment. So my first impressions of that, my first impressions are that it might have something to do with the Funhouse because it's puppets, or it might be that it's a way of saying that they're having a good time because those puppets look like they're having a good time. I don't know. It'd have to be interesting to see what people are saying. Word of Wrestling, appreciate it, but happy hair and the family masks. Well, that would make sense, wouldn't it? Isn't Rowan Rabbit a hare? So if he's happy hair, would that be happy? Happy. I think that kind of goes with what we're saying. That like they are the puppets brought to life, and that they are having a good time. If you check the meaning of what is happy hair. Happy hair, they were the personification of storm wind monsters and under the command of Zeus, who would send them out during storms to do his bidding. They were the personification of storm wind monsters under the command of Zeus, who would send them out to do his bidding. I don't know, but I look at happy hair being a rabbit, and Rambling Rabbit brought to life is Rowan. So is that just a way of saying that he's having fun, he's having a good time? I'm a bit stuck on that. And the happy hair thing sort of goes with that. I'd have to sit down and look into it a little bit more. I don't get Uncle Harper vibes from it at the moment. But, interesting. Happy hair, new masks showed on the cover of the song and wondering being lost. I don't know what you mean, but I don't think this is a good forum for such conversation, to be honest, because I don't know what you mean. I see happy hair and I can see this image, but I don't know that this image means anything. I don't know at what point we go too deep if we like keep digging, you know? I kind of look at happy hair, and I connect it to Rowan being the rabbit, and Like, that's kind of where I'm at. But I'm maybe not picking up what you're putting down, buds, because as we said, maybe this isn't quite the right forum. It shows the mask of Harper in the new mask on the cover of the song, says Word of Wrestling. Okay, thank you. It's Harper, not happy. Oh, you're saying it's Harper hair. So it's not happy hair, it's Harper hair. Again, maybe not the right forum for such conversation. Darwin said, I don't know if it's just me, but I've never been so excited to see Giulia sign with WWE. I watched her last 2 matches in a row for her in-ring ability, and it was incredible. She's a brutal fighter. She's a great promo. She's deadly. She's charismatic. She will be a multiple-time champion in women's WWE. Yeah, Darwin, I think she is going to bring a lot. Hang on, we just got Trick being spoken to. Trick says he's going to call it down the middle. Joe Hendry, I know Joe Hendry promised you a title match if you won. He said, I'll call it down the middle. Okay, so there we go. Trick said he's going to call it down the middle, even though Joe Hendry promised him a title match if Joe Hendry wins. So yeah, Darwin, I'm excited. I'm excited for her to come in. I'm excited to see Giulia. I think, you know, as I said earlier, having her being shown at WrestleMania, being shown in the crowds, I think that was really good because it kind of told everyone this girl's coming in. This is someone you need to be aware of. It's not that she's just signed and she's kind of out of nowhere. We've sort of known about her for a long time. So there's been loads of clips and loads of stuff. I mean, really, when Marigold started, her going to Marigold's was interesting. And obviously people have been watching those matches and there's been highlights of those shared around. So I feel like she's coming in and we know a little bit about her already. And so I'm excited to see, you know, I'm excited to see her full time rather than just little bits here and there. But as you said, she's got a good... I don't know how the promo is going to translate. Don't know how that's going to come across, to be honest. Don't know how the promo will work because, as we said, English isn't her first language. It's going to be interesting to see how they present that. But her in-ring's going to be amazing. And it's going to do very, very well, you know, compared with the talent they've got. Because the talent that we've got is learning... It, you know, it doesn't flow. It's a bit clunky in places because obviously they're trying to get the spots in that where she is just a natural. She's just going to be able to flow. Her matches are going to look so good compared to those that are still learning how to wrestle. You know, so yeah, I'm looking forward to it. You know, I'm thinking we're seeing her tonight, and I think it's going to be one of the big moments of the weekend. It really adds a lot to this show, I think. It's a bit like the main roster having someone that's about to come in and then like tuning into Bash in Berlin because the rumors are they're going to be there and they're going to appear. You know, that would have added a lot to Bash in Berlin. And I feel like we're lucky we've got that tonight with NXT. How does one become a member, said Six. Well, if you want to be a member on the channel, then there should be a join button. But it doesn't show on all devices. Tends to be, I heard on phones it's a bit of a problem, but PC it tends to show. And so you can just become a member that way. But yeah, the join button on the home screen, it doesn't show for everybody. Lisa said Giuliani is half Italian, so she might play. Giulia is half Italian, so she might play an essential part in the next PLE in Italy, says Lisa. Rest with Andy said, I just watched Honey, I Shrunk the Kids for the first time in ages. Do you like that one back in the 90s? Yeah. I mean, I've not seen it in forever. But it's funny, actually. There's quite a few films that I loved in the 90s that just... I don't know. You don't really hear of them so much anymore. I'd say, like, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. Just don't ever see it on TV or don't ever hear of it really being spoke about. To me, that was a classic. Do you remember Look Who's Talking? Do you remember that? Look Who's Talking, which was the baby that talked. Like, that was amazing. As I used to love that film. So, Look Who's Talking, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, Honey, I Shrunk the Baby, 3 Men and a Baby. Do you remember that one? 3 Men and a Baby. They had to look after a kid and they were all useless. That was fun. Problem Child. Do you remember Problem Child? That's where there was the kid that, was setting fire to houses and all that kind of stuff. It was a comedy. I feel like a lot of those films feel very similar. They're kind of all from, that kind of silly comedy, family, fun type film, I mean, you could watch all of those as a kid. And, they're all from the kind of same time period. So, yeah, I did like those. And those, just don't ever hear of those kinds of films so much anymore. I regard them as classics, but I'd imagine there's a lot of people that haven't even heard of them. Problem Child is great, says Mitchell. Problem Child's a classic, said Kader. Days, you missed 20 gifted by Phantom. Did Phantom give 20 memberships? Yeah, wow. Phantom, thank you, my friend. That's... Phantom's so mind-blowingly generous. I mean, it's just insane. Delwyn, Phantom, just so supportive. That's amazing. I mean, what do you say about that? I think gifting memberships is one of the nicest things you can do, because you're really helping out other people in the community, and we try to find ways of serving the members. As we said, we do the members folder for Unseen, so we've got that little bit extra. We've got like a weekly stream that we do. I'm really looking at like watch-alongs. I've asked all the members for feedback, which I haven't read yet because of it being, a heavy wrestling weekend. But I will get to that maybe tomorrow, actually, before Raw. So I plan on going through those comments. So if you are a member and you've not left your feedback, feel free to do that. It's on the community tab, the post page. So we're doing that. Watch along wise, I'm really looking at like getting stuck into some old shows, to be honest, or just individual matches on YouTube. I think there's so much stuff that we can watch and we can enjoy and get our teeth into that I do want to do that, because I do want to get into the habit of watching older stuff. I mean, it can be hard to find time to do it, so it would be good to kind of go back and watch some of those shows and review the matches and relive some of those moments, So yeah, there's lots of stuff that's going to be happening on that side. So Phantom 67, it's so appreciated, dude. I think it's one of the nicest things you can do, and it's just so cool. I'm sure you are the toast of the town because you've helped out a lot of people there. So yeah, Delwyn, shout out to you. Miguel, Ken, Phantom, Nita Nitro said, I just realized no ref headcams last night. I think it was trialed at SummerSlam. I don't know that it was something that they're looking to roll out and keep. I also don't think it was a massive success, because I think that the quality of it is a little limited compared to the amazing cameras that we have. I mean, a camera that goes on the shoulder like that is not going to, you can't replicate that with a little thing here, right? It's like a GoPro. So, the quality-wise is limited compared to these flipping things. And not only that, because it's on the head, it's really shaky, You're moving your head or whatever, it's like really, really shaky. I think they do have a benefit, though. I think there is like a benefit to them. They did put together a compilation of moments from the CM Punk Drew match, where there was like some big moments, big moves, and the cam picked it up. And so they had that as like a compilation, moments on the outside. You could actually hear some of the stuff that was being said clearly between Seth and Punk, or Seth and Drew. Like there was one moment where I think Drew went for a suplex and then went for a pin, and he didn't get the 3, and he was having a go at Seth, and Seth's like, "Come on, man, you've never won with a pin. Don't blame me. You've never won with a suplex like that. So don't go blaming me because you didn't get the we got that kind of insight." So I think there is a benefit to them, but I think it's also something that needs a little bit of fine tuning as well. So yeah, we did it for SummerSlam. I can understand us not doing for Bash. I don't know if they bring it back for Bad Bloods. Maybe we see it again at Survivor Series or something, But here we go. Looks like we'll be going over. Six, shout out to you, my friends. Sunny, hello. Hope you are well. Let's effing go. Word of Wrestling said, "We ready, chat. We ready." Dun, dun. Right. It's going to obviously be a little bit until we get to that women's match. I don't think we're going to start with that. I mean, I personally wouldn't start with that. Oh, no. Denver. Giulia is decent at speaking English, says Jim. I've seen some of her interviews. I don't think it's promo level. I think it's a bit broken. So I'll be interested to see. I mean, maybe it is that she slows it down and she kind of communicates, but it's not like, it's her first language, you can tell. So I don't know. We'll have to see. I mean, hence why I'm interested. Here we go. Count the nods from the entrance really gets to me, says Tony. My only thought on a Joe Hendry win is the big hit on a CW debut. I don't think Joe Hendry's doing anything for the ratings, to be honest. I mean, the ratings are pretty where they are. Ratings are like 600,000, so I don't think Joe Hendry is really bringing a great deal other than, he is a meme. He is someone that the NXT fans have taken to. He is, his head and that "we believe in Joe Hendry" thing pops up. Like, it's one of those wrestling fans have taken to it, but it doesn't seem to have any influence on the viewing figures. Unless it is having an influence on the viewing figures, without him would be horrific. But, I mean, I think the ratings last week were like low-end 600,000. So that's kind of where you would expect NXT to be. So, I don't know. I would struggle with the argument of, like, the ratings are really good at the moment because of Joe Hendry. Let's put the belt on him and all that stuff. Ratings are where I think they would be anyway. I think it would be a bit weird putting the NXT title on a TNA talent. I think him being in this match is a bit strange. But I don't know. They are all on board, aren't they? They're really behind him. They're really into this meme. They're really going with it. So, right, let's go over. There is theory. I don't know how many people this can hold, Sign said, "It's my birthday." Yeah, Thea Hale section sign. I like it sign. Let's turn this up a little bit. Okay, so this is a bit of a different start. We've got Vic Joseph kind of standing over by the fans. Here's Booker T. Can you dig that? We're going to do it like it should be done. King Yeti, hello. Shout out to you, my friends. King Yeti said, what is up, my fellow chats people? Okay, here we go. Never slow down. So it's going to be Nathan and Axiom versus Chase U. So I'm good that they're starting with this one, to be honest, because this is for the tag titles. I don't think the tag titles change hands. So, but I think this is going to be fast paced. I think this is going to be fun. There we go. Nathan getting into the ring and Axiom on the outside as well. Let's go. King Yeti, shout out to you. Look, you've got everyone responding. Toby said, got to say the stream has got me back into watching NXT again, said Toby. Well, that's good, buds. That's good. Here's Chase U making their way out. Lots of shouting as Chase U have made their way down to the ring. So it's going to be Andre Chase and it's going to be Ridge. Lots of Chase U signs. We've even got a big flag that's come down. It really trips me how much Nathan Frazer moves like Seth. He was trained by Seth, I believe. Didn't he come through? Is it Blackened? I can't remember what it's called. That training school that he's got. Alicia Taylor is the ring announcer. This is a bit strange, isn't it? She went up to SmackDown. So why is she doing this? Shouldn't it be Mike Rome? Man, they're doing Mike Rome dirty. He gets moved from the main roster back down to NXT, and then we finally get a big NXT show, and he's not even doing this. Okay, so they've come down there getting their intros. NXT tag titles on the line. Let's go. Well, the rest said Phantom gifted loads in the memberships. Amazing. Amazing. It's great because lots of people will have massively benefited. So I know the community will be very appreciative. Right, we've got Axiom starting off with Andre Chase, and that's a lovely takeover, headlock takeover there by Axiom. Axiom going back against the ropes. Andre Chase goes down. Axiom. Oh, knee to the midsection. Knee to the midsection. Rome is on the Germany tour. Oh, is that why? Well, that would be good. As long as he's not getting shafted. I like Alicia Taylor. She's good, but that's a bit weird then if he's gone on the Germany tour, isn't it? That's a bit strange. Against the ropes goes Nathan. Very quick. Boom. Single leg drop kick. He goes so quick. Andre Chase down as Nathan goes over and grabs Mr. Chase back in the corner. Nathan goes up over the top. Nice flip over. Drop kick. Boom. Tag made. In comes Ridge. Boom. This is where Nathan and Axiom are going to struggle. They don't have the strength of Ridge. Ridge's strength could be a difference maker for Choo. Right now, he was swinging around Nathan. He picks up Nathan. Oh, double underhook. Suplex there by Ridge. Shoulder up there by Nathan. Tag being made. In comes Andre Chase. Riley on the outsides. Drop kick there by Andre Chase. Goes for the cover. Not sure why. Axiom sounds like the name of an oil business, at least. I don't like it. I've never liked it. He used to be called A-Kids, and that was, like, strange. So then they changed it to Axiom, and they put him under a mask. I don't even get the mask. Axiom keeping Andre Chase down. So it's Axiom and Andre Chase in the ring. Dominic Mysterio said, guys, I'm with Liv Morgan. You've done well. You've done very well. David said, Ridge was one of the Irish brutes on the main roster. He was, yeah. Super kicks there by Nathan and Axiom. Another kick. Nathan, standing shooting star. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Axiom sounds like car insurance. Massively so. Massively so. Mitchell said, you guys are flirting with death. Chase U is going to retain, said AB Jobson. AB, hope you're well. Hello. William, hello. Thea on the outside, screaming and shouting away. Axiom driven into the corner. So at the moment, Andre in a little bit of trouble. Axiom's grabbed his leg. We got an ankle lock being applied. Ankle lock by Axiom. Roll through there by Mr. Chase. Back up on his feet. Clothesline. Down goes Axiom. Down goes Mr. Chase. M-Dub said it's my brother's birthday. It's your brother's birthday. Happy birthday to your brother. Duck underneath. Oh, clothesline there by Ridge. Double under. Over goes Nathan. And again, boom. Another throw there. Another suplex there by Ridge. Charges over. Collides into Nathan. Gut wrench. Got him up. Got him up. Oh, plants him down. Going for the cover. 1, 2. Oh, shoulder up. Shoulder up. David said, I got out of watching NXT when I would be looking forward to someone moving to the main roster, and then they just became afterthoughts. I can understand that. I think, though, the great thing about NXT Black and Gold back in the day was that you could just enjoy it for what it was, and even a little bit past Black and Golds. I mean, going into, I suppose it was still Black and Gold in 2020, but it felt very different because it was pandemic. For me, Black and Gold sort of died as soon as we went into the pandemic. But yeah, I think, like, you know, Johnny and Tommaso, they were still around, and we had The Way, and I think you could just enjoy it for what it is. Really, we hit the reset button hard with NXT 2.0. I mean, we didn't just press the button, we literally smashed it. And we had so many people that were new, that were a bit limited. I really struggled at that time. I really struggled. I stepped away from NXT for a bit, and I'm quite pleased I did, because no one wants to watch a show and be like just critical of it all the time. Like, you want to enjoy it. And I really was getting to the point with that 2.0. I was it was not easy to watch at times for me. So I stepped away, and then when I came back, it was great, because they'd all kicked on and they'd all, like, you know, got into a groove. They'd found their characters, and I was like, yeah, let's go. And it's been good ever since. I mean, there's been, obviously you get shows. You're always going to get shows. You know, there's been times this year where it's been a bit of a mixed bag, but so much better than 2.0. Headbutt there by Ridge. Tag being made. In comes Mr. Chase. So I think even now you can enjoy it just for what it is. If I lived in the Florida area, I would be... I don't know if I'd be able to go to the taping shows, but I would definitely be going to some of the live events. Oh, that's a shame. Nathan went against the rope and it resulted in Axiom kind of falling down because he was in the corner and he kind of got caught on that top rope. Spanish fly? Yeah, okay. Okay. Double underhook. Boom. Oh, lovely. By Andre Chase too. Kick out by Axiom. Oof, that was pretty good. Thea Hale is stunned. Can't believe what she's seeing. That Spanish fly was over-rotated. He really hit his lower back. But, not the cleanest of moves there, but they did look brutal. And it was a real fun little spot there, sequenced by Mr. Chase. Trying to put Axiom away. Ridge picking up Axiom. Axiom, though, on his feet, back elbow, knee to the midsection. Axiom goes down. Chop coming in there by Ridge. Axiom goes down. Ridge used to play for Hull Kingston Rovers, said Matt. Don't know. He used to play rugby, didn't he? Is that them? Is that a rugby team? Nice big strikes coming in here by Axiom. Ridge backs up a little bit. Shot there by Axiom. Super kick there by Axiom. Ridge goes to the outside. Axiom against the ropes. Through the ropes into Andre Chase. There's a Thea Hale sign on the outside. It's right by Thea Hale. Nathan goes through the ropes. He gets caught. He gets caught by Ridge. Oh, now he catches Axiom. Boom! Into the edge of the ring. Ridge has got Nathan and Axiom. Drives them into the barricades. Bundles them into the crowds. Oh! Then they come back. This is fun. Oh, baby, says Booker. Oh, yeah. Boom. Kicks coming in. Great way to start. A good match to start with. We said before, like, you want to set the show off on the right tone, and you knew that these two teams were going to bring it. Lovely splash there by Axiom. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. Axiom just hurled himself to the outside. He went, whoa, Nathan Frazer, big splash, 2, oh! Mate, that was sick. So much fun. So much fun. Nice pop-up splash. That guy is quick, said Alexis. My kid said there's Power Rangers in NXT, said Metal Mama. Yeah, man. Right now we've got Nathan on the outside. He does look quite Power Ranger-esque. Axiom. Big boot coming in there. Ah! Oh! Axiom versus Andre Chase is like a Power Ranger against a supply teacher. Here we go. We got Ridge going up. Goes up. Oh! Doomsday device. 1, 2. Oh! Oh! Nivik, shout out to you, my friends. Say his name and he drinks beers. I believe in Wrestling Daze. Do like the odd beer. Ah, beautiful kick, scooping up. Nathan, he gets planted. Andre Chase comes in, but Axiom drop kicks Ridge. And Ridge falls onto Andre, which breaks the pin. Is it a Power Ranger or a Teletubby? No, if it was a Teletubby, it'd have a TV screen here, wouldn't it? It'd have a TV screen there. He doesn't have that. Power Ranger. Goes up, lands on his feet. Boom. Kick coming in. NXT is already outperforming Bash at Berlin, said David. Alexis said it's a good match. I can't even tell them call-in spots. They must have put it together beforehand. Yeah, all of that stuff would be very interesting to know, actually. To get answers as to when these things do get put together, you know? That's the question that I tried asking at that live event. When do you call it in the ring? When do you prepare it out back? When does that change? Is it like 6 months you just do it all backstage? And then after 6 months you start calling it in the ring? Or like, how does that evolve? Yeah, so lovely work by Axiom and Nathan. Some big spots, but... Oh, Axiom kicks Nathan by mistake! Oh my God! Oh my God! Axiom is checking on Frazer, but Frazer's out cold. This might be the beginning of the end. Massive clothesline by Ridge. Oh, he's going to have to buy some flowers and chocolates. Powerbomb into double knees, Ridge. 1, 2. Oh, Axiom kicks out. Wow. Nathan might be coming back into this. Might be waking back up, but he was out cold. He was out cold. Tag mates. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome again. NXT. NXT. Oh! Springboard drop kick there. By Nathan. Nathan going up over the top to the outsides. Here we go. Oh, nice. Inside cradle 2. Oh, Axiom with an inside cradle. Swinging net breaker there by Andre Chase. Lovely swinging net breaker. Mr. Chase goes to the outside, going up top. Top rope enziguri by Axiom. And right, it's back and forth this. I mean, sometimes it's Chase U. Look, now they're going for a Spanish fly. This time it's Axiom. Boom. Gets it. Nathan going up top. That's a long way for him to go. Oh, he gets it. 1, 2, 3. Oh, wow. No way. No way. I'm stunned. No way did I call that. Chase U only just won those titles. They only just won those titles and they've lost them. New champions, Axiom and Nathan Frazer in a really fun match. Really fun match. But that, for me, is a shock result. Didn't call it. Didn't think they would go that way. But you just don't know. You don't know. You never know in wrestling which way these things can twist and turn. Chase U having those belts. There must be a turn coming. Do you know, I remember Ridge Holland saying, you know, I love being a part of this and I'm going to be a part of this, you know, whilst we've got these belts. I'm all in with Chase U. Well, you ain't got the belts anymore. So what does that mean? What does that mean? And they've been doing a big thing as well of like Thea saying, oh, you've proven us wrong. I was really doubting you at first. It's going to be real interesting. I don't know if anything happens now, but it'll be real interesting to keep an eye on Ridge. So we've got new champs. Psh, mind blown. There's a sign in the crowd that says, I made a sign. Got it. Got it. Oh, there it is. There it is. Oh, boom. Ridge. Clothesline. Here's your reasoning. Here's why they've took the belts off them. Son of a... I'm not saying it. I'm not saying the words. Into the ring steps. Boom! Goes Riley. Ridge laying out. Chase U. Oh, he snapped. He snapped. That's the English for you. They can't be trusted. They can't be trusted. Here we go. Look, he's going to pick up Andre Chase. Hurls Andre Chase to the outsides. Thea is pleading with Ridge. Now the commentary table. Commentary table is being stripped. Oh my God, the sweets. Oh my God. Thea just tries to stop Ridge, and Ridge is like, ugh. There's nothing Thea can do. Well, there probably is, actually. She probably could be doing more. But she's not willing to get hurt. There's a I am the table sign. Bah! DDT. Andre Chase DDT'd onto the commentary table. And Ridge is like... Let's go. Is he going to attack Thea now? That would be nuclear heat, wouldn't it? That would be... There's a stretcher coming down. There's a stretcher coming down. Andre Chase. Down. Ridge. Just looking as this stretcher arrives. There's Riley. Riley's down. One more time. One more time. Yeah, look at Thea. Thea's looking at... Where am I? Where is this barbaric pit that I find myself? Denver's like, one more time. One more time. Let's go, man. Let's go. Poor Thea, said Humble Rumble. Duke versus Ridge. That'll be an awesome matchup. That'll be fun. Yeah, that'll be a good matchup. Andre Chase better not be at Raw tomorrow, said Davids. Thea's reaction to one more time. Mitchell said, seriously, what was Thea doing during all of that? She was overcome with emotion. I mean, like, maybe she could have done more or something, but I don't know. He's a big boy, and he Ridge. She could get properly hurt if he was to, like, just even knock her to the side or something. So she had to play the damsel in distress role there. Haley said, I knew that Duke Ridge was coming, but I thought that term would come from the other direction. Zoom Station said, Denver wants more. Yeah, they're out for bloods. This is so cool having Halloween Havoc, said Opala. That's coming up, isn't it? Halloween Havoc. Could Ridge reunite with Pete on Tuesday? Ooh. I suppose he could. So we're just hearing Pete at the moment, just talking about Trick and about how no one's like him, not even Trick. That is, but I love that story about Birmingham. That is so Birmingham. 3 guys got on a bus in Birmingham with hammers and they robbed me. Yeah, that makes sense. And that makes a lot of sense. Uppala said, I love that NXT are bringing back the old classic pay-per-view shows. Austin, shout out to you. Porky Pig said, that's an interesting point. Thea was clearly confused. Thank God Ridge was merciful enough to not attack her. You're right, Calvin. In many ways, Ridge is a hero. Phoenix said, Ridge has embraced the monster within. Little Ducky said, it was so stupid that Axiom and Nathan Frazer won. They don't need the title. Yeah, to be honest, I think it's more to do with the Chase U split. I think if we weren't going to do a story of Ridge turning, we may not have done the title change. I think if we wanted to build up Andre Chase and Duke Hudson, we probably would have just put the titles on them and left them on them. But I think the fact that we want to do the Ridge turn and we want to explore that, it means that, like, the titles had to come off. Because whilst they had the titles, everything was good. The only thing I would say is, Did we need to do it now? Could we not have done a little run first? But it doesn't really matter because I like the surprise, to be honest. I like the fact that I didn't call that. I like the fact that that's caught me off guard. So, no complaints, really. No complaint. It is a bit strange. But then, saying that, if they'd have had a little bit of a run and we knew that Ridge was going to turn, then we would complain that it was predictable. So, it's one of them, innit? I went into this going, yeah, I don't see any way that Nathan and Axiom win because they've only just lost the titles. And they're teasing a turn as well. Like, we're all waiting for Nathan and Axiom to explode. So, you know, it kind of felt like that's where that was going to be heading. They lose, and then maybe we get the turn. But that is not the direction we went. Daze, you got to do match score. Oh, yeah, thank you. I'm just chatting away, aren't I? Let's get people's thoughts on that. The drama. There is Jada Parker. Jada Parker looking around an empty arena as they arrive in Denver. There is Roxanne Perez. Right, we're just going back, having a little look. Cora will return at Halloween Havoc, said Wrestle with Andy. Sean is not afraid to pass titles around, said Nando. William said, I've pulled my pants down and I have squatted over the open backpack and I have taken a shiz, seeing as I had to go and I have eaten sunflower kernels and beer. Well, I bet that is a right mess. Here we're seeing Andre Chase being stretchered away. We've got to move on. What is next? It's Wes Lee's match next. So match number 2. So that was match number 1. Match number 2, Wes Lee versus Zachary Wentz. MSK match, says Tom. Yes. Yes. Are they just arriving, or is that from... Oh, no, that's from earlier. That's from earlier. Axiom and Nathan versus Chase U. Right, we've got the video package right now, just breaking down this next match. Obviously, a lot to break down here. A brotherhood, a friendship turned sour. So there's MSK from April 2022. Is that when did they split? April 2022. Current tag team champs have relinquished the titles. It's a long time, innit? 2 years. That's a long time. 2 years he's been on his own. I mean, he did take... I thought he was an idiot at times because he did take on everyone. It's like, Wes, you don't need to do that. December 2023 is when he went away, and then obviously he came back fairly recently. April. That was quite quick, actually, wasn't it? Thinking about it. December 2023 till April, like, what, 5 months? And he had surgery and had to recover and all that. It's quite quick. Nemesis is peed off. Wants to call the cops. Her phone is covered in my shiz. What, the missus? You've upset your missus because her phone is covered in your shiz. That, I mean, that... I don't know loads about women. I'm lying, I know loads. But, I can sort of see her point, in all fairness. I do sort of, without being controversial, I can sort of see where she's coming from, you know? I don't know, call me old-fashioned. Netria said, I agree. Wesley sucks as a heel. He's not believable. Will be tough to top that last one, said Matter. Yeah, we do need to get the scores, don't we? Jack said Wentz won the X Division title. You Ain't Hardcore said Wheatley is so good, I drink it with Nutella. Oh my god, is that Randy Orton's burner account? You Ain't Hardcore, are you actually Randy Orton in disguise? Putting over Wheatley, which is kind of like Cody's drink in my mind. And Randy's friends with Cody, and we all know how much Randy loves Nutella. Just saying, read between the lines, people. We all know that there are superstars that do pop in, but they're not going to use their real names. Luca Crusifino, shout out to you, friend of the channel. I mean, I don't know that's true, but... right, that got a great rating. It was great 76%. Great 76. That actually puts it level with Terror Twins Judgment Day, which I think is a pretty fair comparison, actually. That got great 76 as well. Terror Twins Judgment Day. Okay, here. Oh, look, he's got his belt. Zachary Wentz has brought his belt, the X Division one. And he's been announced as the X Division champion. The TNA X Division champion. Is that Jesus in the front row with his mom? I think it is, isn't it? We don't see him anymore. Don't mind the music. So, Zachary, I don't mind his gear, actually. It's kind of pretty wild gear, isn't it? Oh, they're photos of him and Wes on his gear. So it's black gear, but it has got, like, images on it. But not in, like, a really rubbish way that it sounds. It looks good. I don't like Wes's gear. It looks like there's a heart over his penis. Looks like he's got an orange heart over his penis. I prefer Wentz's gear. But that title is beautiful, said Shaquem. So are you, Shaquem. So are you. Mitchell said Jesus is a very busy guy, but he is an NXT fan, and that is in the Bible. That is true. I think that's Sean 3:16, isn't it? Thou shalt go to NXT No Mercy. Daze, what are your thoughts on the Ridge term? I thought it was all right. I thought it was good. I thought we were going to get it, but I didn't know it was going to be then. But it was pretty brutal. I like the stretcher. I like the fact he intimidated Thea, and she was like, oh. I mean, she is sort of that way, you know? So, I thought it was all right. It is Jesus, you know? Jesus and Mary. Against Ropes goes, this should be a good match, you know. These, little bit of that. Against Ropes, these two are going to have such great chemistry. Oh, crotch chop. Oh, kind of went over, but no. Stand-in moonsault, no. Roll up there by Wes. The #1 trend in the United States right now is hashtag NXT No Mercy. Ben the Tank, shout out to you. Says L Dandy or screaming Norman Smiley. Hey, Norman Smiley, because he is training, isn't he? Norman Smiley is loved. So screaming Norman Smiley. Ben the Tank. Ben the Tank, I hope you are well. I hope you're enjoying the show. Lovely shot there by Wes. Word of Wrestling said, she be here for Raw. I love this gear on when they should... I mean, he's not a WWE superstar, is he? But, I mean, a Mattel figure of that would look sick. It's brilliant. I love it. different, but it looks quite unique to him. Goes over. Oh, big boot there by Zachary. Goes up. Oh, corkscrew plancher. 2. Only just managed to kick out, you know. Only just. I mean, it wasn't the most convincing kick out I've ever seen in my life. Wentz going against the ropes. Through the ropes, but Wes moves out the way. Kick misses. Oh, this is so fast. You can't take your eyes off it, man. I mean, but we knew it would be this way. They're not just down on the ground, just holding a headlock, you know? They're not... They're not slowing down at the moment. So, a chop block taken down. Oh, man, into the ring post. What was that kick? He's got him up against the side of the ring, and these kicks are really soft. I don't know what these are. Really soft. Oh, big shot coming in. Miss. Picking him up. Edge of the ring. Edge of the ring. Going for the cover. 1, 2. Wes, but only gets a 2. Only gets a 2. Mattel said they would love to do TNA figures. It just depends on WWE and their relationship. Well, I could imagine that, to be honest, because there's a whole audience there for them to tap into, you know? So I could imagine them. Plus also there's, you know, some people there that are well known anyway. I mean, you've got Dolph Ziggler over there, the Hardys over there. So, I mean, the ability to make those guys again, but no problem to chuck in a Jordan Grace or, you know, Joe Hendry would do well at the moment. So, I don't know how deep they would want to go. I think Rosemary has been over there a long time, hasn't she? So, I mean, I don't know. It's hard to know. Would there be a big demand for an AJ Francis figure? I'm not sure. Are people clamoring for an Ash by Elegance? I don't know. But I definitely think you could get some out of it, yeah? Cover coming in. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Lovely drop kick. Daze, what are your predictions for the rest of the matches? I'm just having a look. I've got Roxanne over Jada, Oba over Tony, Kelani over Wendy, and I've got all the champs retaining, you know? I've got all the champs retaining. I think I even mentioned that in the predictions. I was like, I've got all the champs retaining, and I don't ever like shows where I've got all the champs retaining, because you do feel like somewhere a title should change hands or will change hands. But of course, we've just had it. We've just had it, so it's not an issue really. So maybe we do get all the champs retaining for the rest of the show. I think Wes takes this. Big right hands coming in there by Wentz. Kick to the midsection by Wesley. Springboard knee. Lovely. By Zachary Wentz. And he's trying to get back up to his feet. Josh Alexander interference in the main event, says Dave. World of Wrestling said Abyss, does he still work backstage? He does, yeah. Never debuted. Wish he did ring just once. Imagine him with the Wyatt Sicks. He, yeah, he does. He produced something. What did he produce? I saw an interview where... Oh, no, it was Cody after Bash in Berlin at the press conference was talking about the tour that's just happened and how successful it was. And he was talking about who had produced that tour, and Abyss was one of the people that has been producing the European tour. So, yeah. He does still work there, and that's what he does. He does produce him. I didn't mind his on-screen character when he was with AJ, you know, back in 2020. He had that kind of weird... suppose it was a bit Luther kind of esque, really. You know how Luther is with Tony Storm. It was a little bit like that. Just all facial expressions and didn't really say much, but it was pretty good. I thought, but they scrapped it really quickly. Wentz lands on Wes. Word Wrestling said, that's interesting. I love Abyss. I really wanted that debut. Nivek said, Whiteley is so bad it tastes like pee-pee. Well, that might interest William, actually. Swanton by Zachary too. Oh, shoulder up. Austin said, as long as there's a figure, I guess I shouldn't complain. Figure of... There would be more appetite for old school TNA figures, said James, like Abyss, Gail Kim, Beautiful People, Beer Money, James Storm, so on, so on, so on. Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing TNA still own all the rights to all of that. I mean, I'm guessing you'd have to get in touch with the people. It's a bit like in WWE, they own the trademarks to the names, but you can't make the figures unless the superstar is under a Legends deal. You know, they'd love to make loads of stuff, but like they can't make Demolition, for example, because Demolition are under no contract. Ah, here we go. Boston Crab. Boston Crab being applied there by Zachary Wentz. He steps over. Wesley gets Zachary back in the corner. Oh! Kicks out again. Zachary goes back, charging over. Boom! Kick coming in. I wonder if this is just in the wrong place, this match. I feel like they've done them a little bit dirty, putting them straight after that tag match, because that tag match was all action, million miles an hour. This is similar. Perhaps we just needed to slow it down a little bit. Perhaps we needed, like, Oba Femi Tony next. And maybe this would have benefited being a little bit later, you know? Oh, big splash by Wes! 1, 2. Oh, shoulder up. Shoulder up. Miss Clown said it's great that Victoria's on a Legends deal. I would get a figure of her. Oh! Zachary. 1, 2. Oh! I thought that was the 3. I thought that was the 3. Great work. Yeah, because, like, that had to be a slow count. Roman in WWE, I am a happy person. John, shout out to you. Yeah, really, really good. Wesley sucks chant. Wes Lee sucks. Here's Wesley, then he's got Zachary. Oh, big shot coming in there by Wes. Who do you think will debut or return, said Opala? Yeah, I'm looking at Giulia tonight. I'm looking at Giulia. I don't know if we get Stephanie Vacour or anyone else, but... Here's Wes throwing in a kick. Against the ropes. No, no joy. Oh my God, that was great. A block, yeah, it was like a blockbuster DDT. He goes over him and drives him. I think Zachary just did what looked to be a blockbuster DDT. That is a sick move that should be like a finisher. There ain't no way anyone should be kicking out from that. There ain't no way anyone should be doing anything. That was a great moment. That was a great move. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. I mean, that is such a great looking move. It's like the flipping Soul Snatcher that Sol Ruka's got. I must admit, I'm a bit disappointed that is not how this is finished. Big shots coming in. Big knee to the midsection. Into the ring steps goes Zachary Wentz. Wes all kind of fired up. Wesley has got Wentz up against the ring steps. Look at the eyes, says Booker. Ah, drives his knee into the ring steps as Wentz moves out the way. They need to learn how to land the plane in wrestling again, said Zoom Station. Yeah, I mean, back in the day, a DDT was a finisher, a super kick was a finisher. Now we're doing, like, blockbuster DDTs and poison ranas, and they're just moves. Kick there by... Oh! The table gives a little bit of a table botch. He super kicks him, he just leans on the table, and it finally gives. Wes is going to go up. He's going to still do his spot. There's no give now, you know. No give. Ah! He comes crashing down onto Zachary Wentz. He adjusted it. I thought he was going to frog splash. He ended up double kneesing. Wesley is willing to destroy himself to win this match, says Vic Joseph. That was pretty fun, wasn't it? With the commentary table just sort of buckling. How much could Zachary have left, said Travis. Friday night, he went through 5 guys to become the X Division champion. Now this. Oh, he's got the X Division championship, Wes, and he chucks it down on the ground. Here we go. Wes has grabbed the chair. He's going to look to smash Zachary with this chair. Oh, who stopped? Oh, Trey's there. Trey Miguel has grabbed the chair. Here's Zachary. Boom! Destroyer! Destroyer by Zachary! In the ring goes Wesley. Zachary is going in the ring as well. Zachary has got the momentum. People on their feet. Goes up. Oh! 1, 2, 3. None of this is going the way I thought. None of this is going the way I thought. They've given the win to the TNA guy. Oh my God, NXT's dead. NXT's dead. Wow. Zachary Wentz gets the win. Well, that's it. Wesley, he is out. He's done. He's brought shame to the NXT family. So he was about to use that chair, and Trey grabbed the chair. I am shocked by that. I really am. I really thought we were going to be... Wow, I really thought we were going to be getting... Wes getting the win there. Let's get people scores. Scores on the doors. Wesley got what he deserves, says Dro. Well, does it mean that it continues then? Are we not done? Trey says, I'm so proud of you. To Zachary. This could be a way of them apologizing to Wentz for letting him go and giving him a big win. Maybe. I don't know. That's a tricky situation for me to comment on because I don't really understand it. I mean, I don't... There was allegations against him. And, I mean, there was definitely a picture that did the rounds of, you know, him with, like, a Hitler moustache. Which I think he's admitted he was stupid for doing. But I think, in all fairness, the way I looked at that at the time, and I said at the time, the Hitler moustache thing, I don't think he was a Nazi or anything like that. I don't think he believed in that ideology. I just think it's one of those things you do when you're having a shave and you've got a little bit left and you're like, oh, yeah, look at that. I look like Hitler. You don't really think about anything, right? It's like, oh, let me know, look at that. And then you shave it off. For some reason, he took a picture and then it got, and I think it was, wasn't it? his ex-wife that kind of published it because she knew it was going to hurt him. I think it came from her, but not 100% on that. So I never thought that, like, that was a reflection of his beliefs. But he said, look, it was a stupid thing to do. You know, they shouldn't have had a picture of it floating around, you know. It's just immature or blah, blah, blah. But I don't know where we got with, like, the whole allegations against him. And a lot of people came out and stood by him, though, said that he was a good guy and that this was a load of rubbish. So clearly it must be a load of rubbish, because I can't imagine NXT welcoming him back if there was anything to it. So, but apart from the pick, it was wrong. All the other allegations, they were proven false. She did make it up. Right. That's interesting. Once he went, I didn't hear any more on it, so that's interesting. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know that it's an apology. I wonder if the feud's just not done. I wonder if it's going to be a case that... I mean, I tell you what it is. It's certainly redemption. This whole thing has been redemption for him. So, I mean, it's been brilliant for Zachary to kind of be back around again, you know? But... yeah, still a surprise. You would have thought they would have put the NXT guy over the TNA guy. I mean, no disrespect to TNA, but, you know, they are, I believe, having Jordan Grace in TNA beat in NXT talent because that's the right thing to do. And here you would think that the NXT people would be beating the TNA people, so I can only imagine that means that we're not quite done yet. Unless, I don't know, I don't really get it. Good match, though. We have got the poll, haven't we? See what people score it. Daze, if you could own anyone's wrestling gear, who would it be, said Word of Wrestling? That's a very good question, Word of Wrestling. If I could own anyone's wrestling gear... well, you'd want it on display, wouldn't you? You wouldn't want it hidden in a box. It would probably have to be early Undertaker. I just think if you had a statue, like a mannequin, in your games room or whatever, right? And you had, like, the hat, the coat, the boot coverings, the gloves. It'd probably be the grey, like, OG stuff, you know? I think Undertaker's gear is, like, instantly recognizable, and it's not just some trunks. I could say Bruno Sammartino, because I do love Bruno. But he just wore blue trunks, so there's not really much to that, you know? So with Undertaker, you're getting quite a bit of stuff, aren't you? All that entrance gear and all of that stuff, so... Probably would be that. Probably would be that. I'm sure for many people they'd say Fiend. But maybe some would say Stone Colds. I don't think there'd be many Hogans. Even that's just really largely going to be yellow trunks in it. But even the Rock's ain't going to be that great. Rock's not got great ring gear, has he, really? I think Undertaker, you're getting a lot more bang for your buck, you know? Unless, we didn't even think you could go female. Couldn't you? Hey? You could be a proper perv. You could get a lady mannequin and go female. I don't know who I'd go for, but you could go in that direction. I don't think I'd feel very comfortable with that, though. I don't know that I want to be that person, you know? Although saying that, having flipping Undertaker's gear in the corner of the room is going to be a bit strange. Maybe it is better to just go like Bruno's trunks and just put it in a frame on the wall. Maybe that would be better than having like full-blown mannequin, you know? Trick Williams is with Joe. I'm going to call it like it is. When I win, you will be first in line. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. Wendy Choo coming up next. So we're moving on. You could get Linda's grey suit. Let's go. I could have the mannequin in a wheelchair, press a button, an app, and she stands up. Imagine Macho Man. Macho Man in a robe. Oh, that would be pretty sick, wouldn't it? Macho Man robe would be definite contention. Or a Ric Flair robe. Oh, I didn't even think about that. I blue Choo choose you sign. That reminds me of Ralph from The Simpsons. When he sent Lisa a card and it was a train, I choose you. I think he added the blue thing because blue chew is obviously if you've got a penis that doesn't work. Shout out to you if that's you, by the way. William. So this was Great 74. So first match was Great 76. Second match was Great 74. Here's Wendy. Wendy Choo. I choose you. Taking on Kelani. Mitchell said, I blame the table for me going 0-2 tonight. The table has gone into business for itself and it's gone full on Hulk Hogan. Yeah. That's what I'm doing as well. But I do think these results are making the show better. I mean, again, if this went the way we thought, we'd be like, oh, it's a bit all predictable, isn't it? You can't say that tonight. So far, I'm 0-2. So this is not a predictable show. There's only 6 matches. I've got 2 wrong. So, Kelani. Wendy Choo is in the ring. Kelani, do the thing. Do the thing. She doesn't do that anymore, does she? She didn't do it the other day. No, she doesn't do it now. I wonder if it's because when she weren't champion, she was like, I'm the queen, I'm crowning myself. But now she doesn't have to because she's got a belt. I wonder if that's the psychology. Okay, let's go. James said, you can be Taker, I'll be Kane. Oh, look at you flirting. Yes, let's do it. Me and James are going to tour all the Comic Cons as Undertaker, as the most underwhelming Undertaker and Kane you've ever seen. Oof, went for a leg sweep, but Kelani got out the way. We could be the brothers of disappointment. Lice, splits, coming up. So quick by Kelani. Trying to roll at Wendy. No joy. I don't think Wendy's going to be able to keep up with the pace of Kelani. Wendy's not a bad wrestler, but she ain't what Kelani's doing. She ain't Wes Lee. She ain't Zachary Wentz. She ain't Nathan Frazer. She ain't Axiom. Kelani's a little bit more like that. Wendy isn't. She brings something a little bit different from all of those. Shoulder up there by Kelani. Shoulders up this time. Wendy Choo on her feet. Rolling back. Ah. Good old test of strength here. Good old test of strength. She's got the hands kind of bent around. Kelani flips over. She breaks out of it. Nice. Didn't quite get all of it. She's back up on her feet. Kelani looking to go to the outside. Drop kick through the ropes. She looks to the outside. She's going to look to go up, over, and comes down on Wendy. Wendy goes down on the outsides. The thing with Kelani that I've really noticed is that, and it will come, right? Kelani, it just feels like it's, I do this now, then I do this, then I do this. What she's doing is very impressive. But it's like, I do this move now, right, grab the ropes, it's to the outside, over she goes, right, done that, get her back in, now I get in the ring. Like, rather than her interacting with the crowds, taking her time, and, like, going into the move, it's like, You can sort of tell, like, she's ticking off the spots in her head. That's how it feels to me, rather than her living in the match, you know? I don't know that she's, like, living in the match. I just feel like with Kelani, I see a sequence of moves, but they're impressive moves. But, like, just think about how much stuff she's done. Like, she's just on to the next thing, on to the next thing, on to the next thing. She went up top. Wendy is trying to stop her now. Wendy screaming out, it'll come, it'll come. That kind of interacting with the fans, bringing them along for the ride. You know, come on. That kind of getting them involved. There, look, Wendy just did it there, trying to get a reaction out of the crowds. So Wendy just did it, and then she hit a drop kick. Kelani spills to the outside, and Wendy again takes a moment. Just a moment on the edge of the ring where she just sort of looks down and looks back again. And that to me is the stuff that's missing from Kelani. Shot there by Wendy. Kelani goes face first. Edward said, who is one wrestler that's amazing on the mic but bad in the ring? Ooh, is there anyone that's amazing on the mic but bad in the ring? I think there's people that are better on the mic than in the ring, but amazing is a very powerful word, isn't it? Amazing on the mic. Don't know. I'd have to give that some thought. Kick coming in there by Wendy. Kelani goes down. Trying to go over and go for the pin. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. I mean, I think you could probably say Grayson on the main roster at the moment because he's in a tag team. The A-Town Down Under matches don't think come even close to like a 4-star. They're like around like 3.5, if that, you know. It's not that he's bad in the ring. It's just, I think he's a very good promo. I think he's a good talker. I think he's a good trash talker. Like, he's got his own show as a result. The Grayson Waller effect. I don't think his in-ring matches that same level. But I'm struggling with someone that's, like, amazing on the mic and then really bad in the ring. Is Wendy winning here then? Your predictions suck, said Mike. My predictions do suck on this show. You're correct. I've got Kelani winning this. I'm gonna stick by my my picks. But who knows? Maybe it will be Wendy. R-Truth is good on the mic but bad in the ring, said Tiger Productions. Flips over. Clashes. Is it any surprise the crowd is dead? I can barely hear a pin drop. Wendy Choo's gimmick has no business in front of a crowd. I think her gimmick is a little confused at the moment. And I think that means her character is a little confused. I sort of feel like she should be this dark character. But that doesn't show itself in the ring. I mean, you get like her facial expressions convey it, but I don't know, like with Undertaker when he was knocked down, he would like sit up and stare and whatever. Like, she's just wrestling like a normal wrestler, really. I feel like the issue with this match is Kelani doesn't involve the crowds. And Wendy does a better job of doing that, but her moveset is not as exciting. Kick coming in there by Kelani. Kelani gets out the way. But, I mean, look, Kalani's learning. I mean, she's going to get there. I've got real high hopes for Kelani. I've been very impressed with her since I first saw her. And I think that Wendy just needs some tweaks with her character. I feel like the sleeping character, they tried it, didn't quite land. Now she's come back with this much darker persona. Why don't we just go into the darker persona more? Get rid of the pillow. Get rid of the pajamas. Get rid of that aesthetic. and just lean more into this sort of darker persona for Wendy. Because there isn't anyone in NXT that's doing that. There's a need for it. Charges over, big boot. Kelani cartwheels over. Back elbow there by Kelani. Very impressive. Wendy down. Kelani kips up. She bangs onto the ropes. This is where she could have gone to the crowd there. This is where she could have, come on, you know, come on. Really got them involved. Another missed opportunity. She picks up Wendy. She's got Wendy on her shoulders. Working on the arm, looking for a DDT. She goes against the ropes into a DDT. She rolls through. She doesn't let go of it. Oof. She plants Wendy. 1, 2. Wendy kicks out. Upper said, Wendy just needs to bite the pillow, work on creating a better character. I think it's there. I think without Joe Gacy around. Yeah, that was good. Look, nice little sit up there by Wendy. So Wendy sits up. Kelani crossbodies her, but Wendy just sits up again. She sort of looks up momentarily, but none of her wrestling has kind of reflected that, you know? Kicks coming into the side of the head there by Kelani. Wendy is still down. She's trying to roll into a better position because she's a little bit too far away. She's helped Kelani out there because I think Kelani might have struggled to have reached Wendy. Kick out there by Wendy. Yeah. This match is horrendous, said Kevin H. Do you know, it's a shame as well because, like, she is working so hard. This is like the dictionary definition of work smart and not harder. I mean, if you think of the amount of stuff that Kelani's done, she's just gone out there and she's just emptied out her bag of tricks. She's really tried. I mean, it's one of those where she'll go to the back, she'll be absolutely out of breath, absolutely shattered. She's given everything. And the result that she'll get is like, yeah. It's the psychology in it. It's not there. Wendy has got Kelani up. She's going for a power bomb. Boom. Wendy plants Kelani. 1, 2. Kick out. Wendy is carrying this, said Rob. Kelani is a good tactician, says William. This could only be worse if we had Linda Miles and it was a 3-way, said David. Oppola said, will WWE, AEW ever work together? Well, you can never say never, but not for the foreseeable. Can't see it happening anytime soon. I mean, maybe if it gets sold and Tony's no longer in charge of it or something like that, but... Wendy needs some work, said Raven, but I do like her. Jules said, this is better than the women's tag match from Bash. Do you think so? We'll find out. What did that get? It got good 91%. Is this better than good 91%? Shot coming in there by Kelani. Who do you think is due a world title match? Sami Zayn. Wendy. Oh, botched. Oh, that's such a shame. Fatigue maybe starting to settle in. So, yeah, Wendy tried to throw Kelani, but she missed and she ended up going. Kelani ended sort of chucking herself. It's not worked. It's not worked. Right now, she's trying to put Kelani to sleep. Oh, no. I thought that might be it, you know. I thought Wendy was about to win this thing. But the hand does not go down. Kelani is getting up to her feet. Back in the corner goes Wendy and Kelani. Kelani trying to battle back. That got the crowd into it a bit. Oh, Wendy goes down. Kelani in the corner. Wendy trying to get back up to her feet as Kelani comes over. Big right hand there by Kelani. And again. And again, she's just throwing them in. I do love that I made a sign. That springboard, like, it did nothing. Kelani just, like, handstand springboarded off and then stopped because she had to readjust to do a move. I think she went for something, but Wendy wasn't quite going with her. So she ended up having to, like, abandon it. She ended up splashing Wendy there. Honestly, the amount of moves that Kelani has done. Split leg moonsault lands. Kelani, 1, 2, 3. Jesus. Kelani wins, and she deserves a lot of respect for the amount of flipping effort she's put into that match. She definitely has turned up and put in a shift there. I mean, she's put in a lot into that match. It does sort of feel like she forgot the fans were there. That would be my, if I was backstage. Not that I'd have any reason to be giving advice to anyone, but let's just live in a weird alternative reality where someone did ask. I'd be like, you sort of forgot about the fans during the match. And with Wendy, I think she needs to bring her character into her moveset because she just wrestles like a normal wrestler with just the occasional little bit of like facial expression or something, or a little sit up or something. But I want to see her kind of, she's so good at portraying the character that she plays. Oh, look at Tatum behind. Tatum grabbing a hold of Wendy. Tatum Paxley choking out Wendy. She jumps in the ring with a doll. She puts the doll on the pillow. The doll looks like Wendy. You could maybe do something with the whole, the doll's going to be my next victim sort of situation. Because I could sort of see it being a case where, you know, Tatum's talking to someone and then all of a sudden the camera pans in on the doll that she was playing with and it looks like the person she was just talking to. I could imagine the crowd going, oh, and like reacting to that. There probably is something to that. There probably is something to that. Right, let's get people's thoughts. September 13th, 8/7 Central. Don't forget we're back tomorrow, kids, for what I like to call WWE Raw. Better than me. Nobody better than me. Mitchell said, is it ever fair to blame a producer instead of the wrestler, especially in NXT? Whoever structured that match sucks. That's a really interesting comment, you know, because, you know, the producers never get the blame, do they? That's a really interesting comment. We always blame the wrestlers that go out there and actually perform the match that's been put together. Or we blame creative, but we never blame the producers that actually put the matches together. I mean, creative will go, look, we're going to do this story and it's going to lead to this match. And, you know, there'll be outlines of like, okay, we need outside interference here. We need this, we need that, blah, blah, blah. It's big picture stuff. Yeah, big storyline, big picture stuff. But the actual intricacies, the detail of the match, that's put together by the wrestlers and the producer. And we never blame the producers. The only thing I would say is that I think Wendy not wrestling her character style is a problem for Wendy, really. That's you. If you was putting the match together, you could talk to them about that. But how much are they going to be able to just completely change their style? on the day of the show. And Kelani not involved in the crowds, it's a habit thing, really. It's a little bit like driving and not checking your mirrors. If you drive and you just drive, now I'm turning here, now I'm going over here, now I've got to go over there, stop at the lights, blah, 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 blah. If you're not in the habit of checking your mirrors, that's obviously a problem. And I would say if you're a babyface that's wrestling a match and you're not interacting with the crowds, you're not like, come on, bringing them in, or like, you know, really making them feel involved, looking around as you're about to deliver a move at the top. It's the same as checking your mirrors. Can a producer be blamed for that if it's not a habit that Kelani has? I would wonder and question why the hell that's not a habit that they've managed to knock out of her yet, you know? Why have the trainers not dealt with it? I don't know. Is it not? Maybe it's not a priority at the moment. Perhaps they're looking at other stuff and they're like, don't worry about that. That'll come. Let's do this first. I don't know how they go about, you know, how do you go about building a wrestler, you know? But yeah, to me, that's definitely something that needs to come into her game. I would also like she does a lot of flips and stuff, and I think I've said before, that end product, that final moment, the bit where she finally connects with something, like I would like for that to feel like it's got a bit more to it. She can sort of do stuff and it sort of feels like there's more effort that goes in the execution of the move than the actual final bit that lands. Like she can do this amazing flip, but then sort of land a bit on her knees, and the actual splash is not that impressive. It's, you know, if you do all these flips and stuff like that, that's great. But the most important part is the end connection. And if that looks a bit wispy, I think you can start losing people a bit. So I hope she will. I hope she gets it. I hope she puts it all together. I really like Kelani. Here's Rich. He just smiles and walks away. Sarah Schreiber trying to get a word from Rich. Right, here's Tony. Match number 4 as we are moving on. Oba Femi versus Tony D. Here's the family. There's the Riz. Let's go. Luca. Stacks. This Tony's a good character, man. I like Tony. I like the family. He's not scared of Oba, and I really like that. I like the fact he's not scared, and I also think he's clever enough to have a plan. I don't think he's going to come into this and just get chucked around, and I think he's got enough about him to actually ask some questions of Oba. Let's go, man. This could be fun. Austin said, I can't get into Tony. I'm glad that Oba is retaining. I think that Oba is someone that has got a lot of potential, of course, but I think Tony does as well. I think this gimmick is a bit of a brawler. These two could just throw down. I'm really looking forward to this. I think both of these guys are legit. This guy's legit. If you look up legit in the dictionary, this is the face that stares back. Oba is so good, said Austin. Doug said, I'm not a fan of the family. It's a bit too corny. Oh, I think I'm blessed from coming from an era of corny. You should have tried growing up during the new generation. We had clowns, we had magicians, we had dustbin men. Having an Italian family is mild. Yeah, you talk about the airport tests. We've spoken about the airport test. Can you walk through an airport and no one know who you are and people turn around and stare because you are so unique because of your presence? Do you look like Andre the Giant? Do you look like Oba Femi? Do you look like Randy Orton? Oh. That is the airport test. And I would say Oba Femi passes that test. He is definitely someone you would notice walking through departures. Look at the size, man. Towering over Tony, and Tony is no small man. Thing about Oba as well, though, is not only has he got height, but he's got girth. I mean, he's got mass. He's not a small guy by any means. I don't know how tall he is, though. He is 1.98 m. What's that? Let's have a little look. 1.98 m, so in feet. 6'4'9". 6'4'9". Oba Femi clothesline. Whoa! Tony clotheslines Oba Femi to the outside. Just for comparison, Oba Femi is 6'4'9". Hikuleo, who's going to be coming into WWE soon, 6'8". 6'8". Oba Femi 6'4'9". Shot there by Tony. Tony not backing down from Oba. German suplex. Clothesline. To the outside goes Oba. He's got the Ric Flair knee pads. Oh, I've not seen. Who, with them being down on his ankles, yeah. Yeah. Kick there by Tony. Oh, he grabs Tony into the corner. Obviously, Oba's just going to give you loads of big power moves. European uppercut. Tony is rocked. Oba picking up Tony, but Tony lands on his feet. George, hello, my friends. Shout out to you. You probably won't remember, but I asked for advice a few months ago on managing in retail. I used the advice that you gave me, and I'm in a better place. This community is something special. Much love, Daze. George, shout out to you. I'm glad that any advice... I don't remember, to be honest. But I'm glad that any advice we gave was useful. So, yeah, it's... I think managing... I mean, I had people that I managed in retail, and it was something I loved. I was so passionate about it. I mean, I just loved it. I think it's, I suppose in a way it's a lot like teaching. Like, it's really rewarding. Now, sometimes you're managing people that can be a bit tricky because politics, you know. Maybe you got a position that someone else wanted and then you end up managing them and it's a bit awkward. That presents challenges. Of course it does. It presents challenges to everyone. But most of the time you'll be managing people that are maybe new to the company or are not, you know, looking to progress, and they're quite happy with the position they've got because it's, I don't know, some on the side, some they're happy with, you know, what they're doing, and so, you know, kind of communicating with them and bringing them out. That's really fun. It's really like good when you've got a good team and everything. Really good. So I'm pleased that whatever advice we gave out was of use. But I would definitely say, like, enjoy it as well. Enjoy it. And if you can't enjoy it for some reason, try and find a way of getting joy out of it. Because it should be enjoyable. I think if you're enjoying it, everyone else will enjoy it. Tony smashes in. So yeah, George, I'm pleased that was useful. But I think if I remember right, George, didn't I say fire everyone? Fire everyone and replace them every couple of weeks. I think that was my advice, wasn't it? Fire everyone and make them all do 6 hours a day unpaid. So I'm pleased to hear that that's working out well. Oba back in the corner, charging over. Boom. Another European uppercut there by Oba. Niall, shout out to you. Appreciate the support, my friends. Man United Hodge said, big up yourself, Daze. Great bloke you are. Man United Hodge, shout out to you. I feel like you're only saying that because you're a Man United fan, and so am I, but that's fine. Against the ropes. Clothesline to the back of the head there by Oba. Yeah, just big, heavy blows. European uppercuts. Big, heavy clotheslines. Oba just going through the motions, and Tony just getting wore down. And again, smashing him. Tony down. I think that would be good, actually. I would like to see that from Oba. I'd like to see Oba struggle at the start as he's going toe-to-toe with someone. But as he's, like, clubbing into them and as he's wearing them down, he just ultimately wears them down and he gets the win. We don't really ever see that. I feel like wrestling matches are always competitive right to the end. You know, it's always back and forth until, like, someone just pulls ahead. But it would be quite good to watch someone get dissected, wore down, and then the person win, you know? Oh, Oba going for a stomp there as Tony moves out the way. Yeah, wrestling match is always like, this person has got the advantage, then this person's got the advantage, this person's got the advantage, that person's got the advantage, and then ultimately someone pulls ahead and gets the win. Nice shoulder breaker there by Oba Femi. Shoulder up. George said, I watched the channel. It's the least I could do for saying thanks. Oh, it's appreciated, George. You know that. You know that. Just people watching and joining us is appreciated. Rhoda Wrestling said, Real Talk Days is actually very down to earth. Actually, that's not true. I'm a diva. And I should be treated as such. Big back body drop there by Tony. Word of Wrestling said, can we do the what wrestlers gear and from when opinions? There are so many possibilities. What do you mean? Like, what wrestler would you, what gear would you have if you could have someone's gear? That kind of thing. Big boot. It's always a little bit tricky with the topics for opinions because I always think it works better for something that's sort of trending, if you know what I mean. Like, I feel like people engage more if it's the talk of the town. So, you know, if there's something big happening, like with a new champion, like, so say if Randy had won, then obviously an obvious opinions video would be, what next for Randy? Who should face Randy? Is the new champion? What feuds do you want? And that would make sense because that's kind of what people are talking about anyway. I think if you try to do an opinion video on a topic that people aren't already talking about, I've always found the engagement to be a lot lower. So if you did a opinion video based on what wrestler would you like to own the gear of, you'll get responses to it, but I don't know that the views would be that great because it's not really a conversation people are having. I've tried stuff like that before. It's never massively worked, but I don't know. I'd be willing to give it another go. But obviously tonight we'll be doing opinion videos on No Mercy. Tomorrow we'll do them on Raw. I'm sure on Tuesday then we'll end up doing some on Wyatt Sicks. So, I mean, we're kind of filled up for a few days. Big shots there by Tony. Clothesline. Oba goes down. Man United Hodge said, our team is so terrible. It's definitely not the reason. Well, it might be the reason, Man United Hodge, because we do have to stick together, don't we? If we don't stick together, then what else have we got, as Man United fans? We ain't got a team. No, I think we'll be all right. Honestly, Man United, I think they'll be all right. I just think that we're going through a bit of a settling down period. I think once we get the new midfielder in, once the defense is kind of, you know... I heard that DeLitt and Martinez were actually doing all right in the first half. It's just Casemiro just threw us under the bus, and I think we were fighting a losing battle from that point. So I don't know. I'm confident that we can get into a better place. Boom! Big power slam there by Tony. Tony D. Power slamming Oba Femi. I need to end this, don't I? Let's... I'm chatting away here, and I still haven't even ended this poll. 48 good, 22 great. Oh, it's come out as goods. 82%. Yeah, that match was not very well received. 1, 2, Tony dropping Oba Femi back, but Tony very close. Oba against Tony. That was like an electric chair, wasn't it? Boom. Oh, big shot there by Oba. Oh, Oba grabs Luca. And he pushes him. He turns around. His Stack's going to have something. What's he got? He's got a crowbar. He's got a flipping crowbar. Stacks is going to go. He's trying to grab the crowbar, but Stacks goes into the timekeeper's area. Big boot by Oba. Big boots. Luca goes down. Tony moves out the way. Oba goes into the ring steps. Oh my God, get out of there, Riz. Get out of there. Spear by Tony. 1, 2. 2 for Tony. Boom. Right now, Tony grabbing Oba. Tony is over by the ropes. He's got Oba on his shoulders. Yeah, crowd have burst into life a little bit more on this one. There's that sign. I ran out of sign ideas sign. I do like the I ran out of sign ideas sign. Oba grabbing Tony, looking to pick him up. No, lands on his feet. Goes back against the ropes. Clothesline. They both go over the top to the outsides. Boom. Big shot. Down he goes. Fun with the family. I wonder who will dethrone Oba, said Brony. Powerbomb by Oba. That might be it. 1, 2. Oh, it's not. The match carries on. Wow, look at Oba's face. He can't quite believe it. Tony's got a size to him, though. So, you know, the kind of big power moves that Oba does that puts other people away, they might not put Tony away. He's going to have to do a bit more here to Tony. Tony's got a size to him. Another big shot there by Oba. He's fully mounted, Tony. He's just throwing down some shots. Crowd on their feet in the background. Oba has got Tony looking for a power bomb. He's going to look to pick him up. He's got him up in the air. Tony on his feet. No. Oof. He manages to plant Oba, but he can't capitalize. Oba rolling over. How's the Denver crowds? No, the goods. They're good. They've been on their feet. They've been making noise. They've been reacting. I like them. I think they're good. Good crowds. The family are on the outside. The family are all united. They're shouting at Tony. Oba collides into Tony. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oba has got Tony. Picks him up. Looking for a power bomb. This might be the beginning of the end. Another powerbomb. Oh. Sit down powerbomb that time, and it is the end. The Don is defeated by Oba Femi. Femi forever sign in the crowds. Stacks, Luca, Riz, all disappointed, but they shouldn't be. Ain't no shame in losing to Oba Femi. Oba Femi is going on to massive, massive things. Can you imagine when Oba's ready and we bring him up to the main roster? I hope we don't do it in a draft. I hope he just comes like out the night after WrestleMania, you know? Like his music hits and out he comes. Like, that would be sick. I don't want to know that he's coming. I just want him to mess someone up. I lost $560 because of Oba, said Felix. How come? What? Did you have money riding on Tony? There's Tony. Look, Tony's pretty gutted. Oba in the ring looking over in Tony's direction. Okay, we're back to 2-2 now. That's all right. Alex said, I put my earbuds in and I heard that Tony's got some size to him and that Oba had mounted him and I had to check my channel settings. Yeah, I was actually watching porn at that point. I had changed the channel and I was watching pornography. I do apologise. If you could wake up in the morning and be whatever wrestler you want for one day, who would you be, says Opala? Well, it'd have to be a woman, wouldn't it? Pretty sure if any guy woke up, they'd want to be a woman. You know, for obvious reasons. Oops. I don't know who, I'm trying to think who I'd want to be, though. I don't know who I'd want to be. Who would I want to be? Isn't Indy Hartwell with a woman? Sonya Deville is. See, that's amazing, isn't it? So that way, not only are you a woman, but you're with a woman. Dude. Dude. We're just seeing Michael Cole yeeting away. These are like Michael Cole's greatest hits. There's Seth in the ring. This is the, yeah, this is sick. Bailey with powerbomb to Nia. Oh my god. Can you imagine if he leaves and starts doing like a watch along on YouTube? I'm dead. Michael Cole. I was going to say, that dude behind Michael looks so good. He looks just like LA Knight. There we go. There we go. Sonya Deville is with a woman, said Kian. I'd probably be Sonya Deville then. Easy, Miz, because Maurice said Kader. Yeah, but you'd have to be the Miz. Wouldn't you? You'd have to be the Miz. How is Great winning the poll? Great is winning. Listen, what do you think? What are your thoughts? Did you enjoy that match? That looked exactly like LA Knight. It was really good cosplay. Corey said Michael Cole is a really great person. Closed-minded said, I mean, they can't seem to get guys like Bobby right, so I don't know if I hold any hope that Triple H will get Oba right. Yeah, but they didn't get Bobby right under Vince. And then under Triple H, I think Bobby's had a few injuries. And then when he came back, he was with the Street Profits. And I think then, you know, we may have run into, like, contract issues. So I really don't know. I wouldn't judge it too much on that. I think we're still very early in Vince's booking career on the main roster. So a lot of what we saw from Bobby was under Vince. I don't know. We'll have to see. Yeah, Triple H has certainly not got everything right when it comes to booking. But then I would argue that I don't think anyone would. Great is winning every poll, said D. Netria. Well, then that is what the community... We asked for honesty, And, well, actually, no, that's not true. Good won the last one. Wendy Choo against Kelani was good. 82%. If you choose to be a woman for a day, you would probably choose the day they deal with their time of the month, and us men could never deal with that. That's a good point, actually. That is true, actually. That would be sod's law, wouldn't it? But you know what? I would do it, because then if a woman was like, oh, it's my time of the month, you don't know how bad it is, at least then I can go, actually, I do, because I was a woman once for a day. And you know what? Wasn't that bad? I mean, it probably is. But I would say that just to annoy them, because I am a troublemaker. I do like to cause trouble. So I would say that. Secretly, I would be thinking the opposite. But I do that a lot. I quite often think the opposite to what actually comes out of my mouth. And I find it hilarious. Right, here's Ethan Page. It's like when I say, Austin, it's brilliant to see you here today. It's like that. Here's Trick. Trick's gone to see Ethan. You're going to abide by my rules tonight. I've got something you want. And you can't beat me for it. You'll do everything to make sure Joe Hendry walks out with this. If you don't, I'm going to whoop that Trick tonight. If you don't abide by my rules, I'm going to whoop that Trick. Okay, here's Zach. So he hasn't left. I might have won the match, but I lost a brother in the process. I'm grateful for the brother I have right here. Imagine if he turns on him now. Time to move from the past and to the future. So now, what, we're going to get they're sticking around as the Rascals. Oh, they're a fun team. Oh my God, is this next? Oh my God. Oh my God, here we go. Here we go. Amin said, should I watch Bash in Berlin? Yeah. Why not? I think it's worth watching shows so that you know what went down and if you enjoyed the matches. So, here we go, man. Oh my God. Guys, it's the Giulia Arrives match. It's the Giulia Arrives match. Yeah! And, like, something else is happening. Some other people are involved. I'm not sure. Oh, if this isn't Giulia, I'm going to be so disappointed now. Roxanne is the future, said Brony. But I believe in Joe. Hendry said Meek. Giulia time, let's go, said James. It's crazy. Getting rid of Drew Gulak meant that Catch Crew got pushed. Getting rid of Scripps means that OTM got pushed, said Kyle. Kevin Hitch said, do you think Roxanne is ready for the main roster? Personally, I don't think the main roster is ready for her. Well, I think in regards to Roxanne, she is great in the ring and she can cut a promo. And I've said before, I think there's a misconception that you have to be fully rounded to go to the main roster. I don't believe you do. I think, again, it's like learning to drive. When you pass or go for your driving test, they always say it's not about being perfect. It's just about being safe enough so that you can go on the road and continue to learn. Is she good enough to go onto the main roster and be on house shows and be in matches on the main roster and be able to carry her end of it? Yes. Yes, she is. Is she as good as she's ever going to be? No. I mean, she's going to get better. Her promos are going to get better. Her matches will... I mean, it's hard to say her matches are going to get better, but I'm sure she can continue to add moves and, you know, continue to improve and get even sharper. But, I mean, she's the best woman that's in NXT right now. This heel run for her has been... My big criticism of Roxanne before, and if you've watched the channel for a while, you'll know I've said this a few times, is that I don't want to watch a fan. I don't want to watch a fan. I don't want to watch someone that's happy to be here and, oh my God, this is my dream come true. There's a place for that when you first start, but eventually you have to become a superstar. People pay money to see larger-than-life personalities, larger-than-life superstars. You can keep that likability factor, but it shouldn't be your whole character. And for me, it was. Oh my God, this is so special. This is so amazing. I'm so lucky. I'm so fortunate. There's a place for that, but then you have to move past that. And she's moved past that now with this heel turn, and I feel like I'm watching a superstar now. I'm watching someone brag that she is the best. I'm the best. And I want to watch the best. I want to watch someone that's the best. And she brags that she's the best. And you know what? In ring, right now, she probably is in this women's division. I don't know if that's true once we get Giulia and Stephanie and Delta coming in. But she definitely is. She definitely is the best as of right now. So, yeah, I think she's ready. I think she's ready to go up. I think she can continue to evolve and learn, as everyone does. Right, here she comes. George, shout out to you, my friends. Yeah, I never heard what Bubba said. Apparently, Bubba on Busted Open said she wasn't ready, and Booker T fired back. And he was like, she's ready. And I should know, because I trained her. I don't see any of your students in NXT. He took it really bad. He had a pop at Bubba Ray for that. Up close and personal, I see nothing but greatness, says Booker. I tell you the one thing, though, that I do worry about with Roxanne, and that's her anxiety, because apparently she used to be really anxious, really nervous. She used to really suffer with that, and I think that was part of the reason why they took the title off her. The title was quite heavy when she had it the first time. I think the weight of being champion, NXT champion, was a lot for her, and I don't know how she's coping with it now. I haven't heard anything. She seems, from the outside, to be coping with it very, very well. Good size difference here as well. I mean, you know, if you didn't know anything about wrestling and you tuned in, you'd think that Jada's about to kick Roxanne's ass, because she's, like, huge compared. This is like Hogan Andre, but just mini version. Mini lady version. Roxanne holds up the championship. She must have kissed it because there's lip marks on it. Oh, look, she's kissed it again. She just noticed, actually. She just wiped it. Sleazeboy said, rate my dream match. Ref Aubrey. I'm out. I'm out. Ref Aubrey Edwards. I'm out. Against Rachel Reagan in a breakdancing match at AEW Forbidden Door. What does everyone think, said Sleazeboy. Did you see that Reagan has actually come out and is now embracing the meme? She came out and she did a little short video and she was doing like the hop and all of this, and she was talking about how amazing as a dancer she is. It's obviously tongue-in-cheek. She's trying to have fun with it, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know that was the right thing for her to do. I was looking at it and I was sort of like, I get what you're trying to do, but it does sort of make it look like the dance you did was a bit of a joke, and that was at the Olympics. I don't know. Tricky. I can understand her wanting to do something, though, because she has faced a hell of a backlash. So many people making fun of her. Everyone's done the dance and the... Roxanne trying to flip over, trying to get out, and she does. We want Giulia. Listen, if we do Aubrey Edwards against Rachel, Reagan, B-Girl, Reagan woman, then Rachel needs to win. She needs something to smile about. Imagine being the laughingstock of the world and then also you lose to Aubrey Edwards in a match. Oh my God. It doesn't bear thinking about. Right now, Jada grabs the hair of Roxanne, pulls her down. Daze, are you wearing a different shirt? I am. Look, I've got to look at this little flipping pocket. I can keep all my secrets in here. I put this on today and I was like, don't like this. Right now, she's got Roxanne. She's putting her in the corner. She's going to go for... Oh, I love that. I thought she was going to go double knees, but... Oh, it might be now. No joy. She moves out the way. Yeah, I like that, that chop to the stomach. She chopped her in the womb, which I believe is around this bit. Boom, shoulder tackle. Big time said NXT so far. 2 great first matches. A drop-off for Kelani, Roxanne. Oba Tony was good, but judging by the community score, not level to the match before. Well, let's have a look, shall we? I think we've given it enough time. We'll get the score. Score is 56 great, 29 good, 11 all-time, 1 bad. It's going to be great, 67%. So far, Roxanne going against the ropes. Oh, gets caught on the shoulders of Jada. Jada has got Roxanne. Look, she's just walking around with a man. Look, she's just now going up the steps. No problem. Big smile. Oh, elbows coming in by Roxanne. Interested to know what she was planning on doing with her there. What was she going to do with her on her shoulders? Shot to the mid-set there. Making a deal out of Jada being injured in the ribs. She goes into the ring steps. Jada goes down. Yeah, so Axiom, Nathan against Chase U was great, 76. Zachary against Wes was great, 74. Wendy, Choo, Kelani was good, 82. Oba against Tony, great, 67. So it is a step below those first 2 matches, according to the community. Oh! But this should be good. Roxanne against Jada. This should be good. Referee counting away. Dream match Daze versus Gilbert in a microwave scene. A figure on a pole match, said Matt. Dream match. Dream match. Lola seems like her momentum was hurt after the loss to Roxanne. Well, I don't think they had anything to follow it up with. I don't know that loss hurt her momentum. I think it was more the fact they didn't put her into another feud straight after her momentum. There wasn't... They didn't follow it up with anything. Which is weird because she's all over the video package for this show. Roxanne. Looking for stomp. Nice. Roxanne in control right now. Stomping on Jada. Don't like Jada's ring gear, by the way. Just too much going on. It's a bit like Asuka stuff with like loads of stuff happening, but at least Asuka's had like colors on it and it was all like, hers is like, I don't know, the blue and the black's all right, but it's a bit dull. The blue. Crowd are chanting away. Crowd are really making some noise here. They keep lining them up, and Roxanne keeps knocking them down, says Booker. Roll up by Jada. No joy. What were the good matches yesterday, says Haley TV. I've got them here. I mean, CM Punk Drew was great, 80%. Terror Twins Judgment Day, great, 76%. Cody, Kevin Owens, great, 72%. And main event as well, got a great score. I don't have it to hand. So, I mean, the matches scored well from the community yesterday. Boom. I wish you would step out of your box. What we're seeing from Roxanne isn't legal. But Booker is making a good point. It's like, you've got 5 seconds. 1, 2, kick out. Kick out by Jada. Roxanne is in control. Right now, she's going to put a stretch on Jada. This is already better than Kelani and Wendy. Roxanne, exposing the ribs, throwing in a chop. Still putting on this stretch. Again, elbow right into those ribs. Referee checking on Jada. Jada saying no. I think we've got a let's go, Jada, let's go, Roxanne. We got like a dueling chant. Those ribs are already wrapped. Oh, shot to the midsection by Roxanne. Jada, big forearm strike. Forearm strike coming back there by Roxanne. These two exchanging blows back and forth. Boom, big shot there by Roxanne. Jada coming over. Big shot there by Jada. Yeah, good work. Jada goes back. Definitely best match, and the Hendry ain't gonna top it, said Word of Wrestling. Never bet against the Prodigy, said James. It is true, they are a fantastic group. They've delivered banger album after banger album. Nice big chop coming in. Let's go, Roxy, said Doug Dilly. I respect Roxanne, said Mr. Quake. Oh, yeah, a little bit of taunting. That's what we didn't get earlier. A little bit of taunting, eh? Looking out at the crowds. Oh. I think she's so good as a heel. Roxanne charging over, goes for a kick, but the leg is grabbed by Jada. Yeah, Roxanne is pleading right now. Jada is looking to pick up Roxanne. She's screaming her head off. 1, 2. Kick out by Roxanne. Kick out by Roxanne. I miss Cora Jade, said Mr. Quake. Asuka's been gone since WrestleMania, says Austin. It's true. She's no longer a wrestler. She just creates memes on X now. And she's a goat at that. She's a goat at women's wrestling, and she's a goat on X. Her memes are really good. I keep finding pretty much every day one of them finds its way either to an unseen or the members folder. You might as well just follow Asuka on X. She's hilarious. Roxanne coming out. Oh, she just got knocked down and a shoulder tackle. We are 2 hours into this show. Let's go, man. Let's go. Roxanne back up on her feet. Over against the ropes. Jada has got Roxanne going over. Oh, big shot. Ah, spine buster. Big spine buster by Jada, but Roxanne kicks out. No joy, near fall. Jada is putting in a good effort here. It's going to take a lot more than that to put Roxanne away, though. Jada in the middle, grabbing Roxanne, trying to pick her up. Roxanne lands on her feet, goes back to the corner. Back elbow there by Roxanne. Roxanne going up. Crossbody gets caught by Jada. Gets caught. Up. On the shoulder. Boom. Into the corner goes Roxanne. She's got Roxanne set up in the corner. She's going for that double knees again. Chop coming in there by Jada. Oh, she's just absolutely unloading. Absolutely unloading. Looks like she's looking to climb up. Not a big fan of how... that's all right. She's up. Oh! Buttocks first. That's my campaign slogan, actually. Buttocks first. She comes crashing down. Yeah, not a big fan of the trio woe. We actually don't do it that much in WWE because I think everyone agrees it looks a bit silly. But that wasn't. Oh. She's selling the ribs now, Jada. She was down. Referee was just checking on her. Yeah, Perez trying to get Jada down, trying to spin her down. Jada rolls through, working on the arm. Roxanne looking for a leg sweep. No joy. Jada back in control. Dragon Sleeper. Dragon Sleeper. She picks her. Oh, into a suplex. Yes. That was nice by Jada. Against the ropes. Hip attack coming. Surely. Boom. No. Roll up by Roxanne too. Oh, love that scream by Jada. Love that scream. She went for a hip attack. She got rolled up. And as she was being pinched, it was like, no. This isn't what's meant to be happening. Into the injured ribs. Submission applied by Roxanne. Jada staring. She's trying to get back up to her feet. She's got Roxanne on her shoulders. Yeah, look at this. Good stuff, said Zoom. Boom. Down goes Roxanne. Crowd are really into this, you know. She goes up. Went for a splash, but Roxanne moves out the way. Nivek said this match got really good. Oh, she's stepping over, rolling through. Nice pin here by Roxanne. Gets it. No. Oh, I thought that was the 3, you know. Pop Rocks. Not really enough room there for Pop Rocks. She didn't get it. Jada goes against the ropes. Boom. Hip attack. But all it does is knock Roxanne to the outside. Wow. Yeah. It's the right move at the wrong time. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. Jada charging over. Oh, into the timekeeper's area. Roxanne moves out the way. The barricade goes down. Sign in the crowd said Jada time. I'm not sure it is. Pop Rocks! Pop Rocks! Pop Rocks! In the timekeeper's area. Oh. That is the barricades. Yeah, I mean, it has got padding all over it. Vic Joseph's like, that's not a steel chair. That's the barricades. Yeah, it's softer. Jada is over by the commentary table. Roxanne is crawling away. Word of Wrestling says, oh my God. Both women getting back into the ring. The crowd are on their feet. Pop Rocks in the ring. Gets it. Gets it. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Pop Rocks wins it for Roxanne Perez. Here is your winner. Let's go. Let's go. Who cares? Who cares about this result? Who cares? Roxanne Perez has won with Pop Rocks. And our attention turns to the mystery person that was off camera on NXT. That person making their presence felt. We didn't see them. We're hoping it was Giulia, and we're hoping we get something now. That's what we're hoping. That is what we're hoping. Roxanne celebrating in the corner, retaining her championship thanks to Pop Rocks. Big smile on her face. Oh, baby. Here we go. The lights go out. The lights go out. Oh my God, man. There's all smoke in the entranceway. Big theme. Intense. I like it. Crowd are reacting. Someone stepping through. Can't make out who it is. It's Giulia! Yes! Yes! Giulia has arrived in NXT! Yes! The game just changed, man! The game just changed! Giulia comes walking out. One of the best female wrestlers in the world, joining us from Japan. Oh, mate. Mate, that was so good. Roxanne is in the ring, clutching a hold of her championship, because she might not have that championship for much longer. Smile on the face of Giulia. Roxanne holds up her belt. Giulia makes it very clear what she's interested in. Oh, mate. Oh, mate. This match. This is a legit monster match in the history of NXT. So good. So good. So good. That match is going to be amazing. She wants the belt. She has come in and she has turned her attention to that championship, yes. She made it very, very clear what she wanted. Ah, this boy is bouncy. This boy is bouncy. Let's go, Javon. Japan has got the best women's wrestling right now. Oh, I don't know. You should see down the road on a Friday night. Once there's been a few cocktails drunk, there's some pretty good grappling that goes on, I tell you. Oh, mate, so good. This is how wrestling should be. Okay, so at the moment, we've just got a commercial break. Obviously, coming up next, we've got the main event. We do need to just get the score up. So we'll definitely do that in a second. That was cringe, says King of Hunko Mundo. Thoughts on European wrestling? I think European wrestling has shown that it's in great health. If you look at like what's come out of Europe in recent years in regards to Ilya Dragunov and Gunther and Pete Dunne and Tyler Bate and Will Ospreay and Tony Storm, who I know isn't originally from Europe, but she really cut her teeth in Europe. Obviously, you've got Jamie Hayter, you've got Mariah May, Tommy Billington just coming through as well. I mean, there's a lot that's going on in Europe. It's such a shame that we don't have NXT UK anymore, because it really feels like there is a lot happening. There really feels like there's a lot to be excited about, but it's just having to come through other places now. Did you know that Giulia was born in the UK? Yeah, wasn't she born? Was it London? She was born, but she moved when she was very, very young. I don't think she's got London citizenship or anything. I don't know that she identifies as being English. I think she identifies as, like, is it Italian, Japanese or something like that? Yeah, I need to do it. You're right. People are like, do the thing. You're right. I'm getting distracted. Match scores. Match score. Where are the match scores? They're going up now. They are going up right now as we're heading towards our main events. Bum, 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 bum. Daze, could the NXT rebrand itself as a women's show? No. Well, it's not going to rebrand itself as a women's show because you need to develop the guys, don't you? Unless you start an all-women's brand and then, like, NXT just goes to the network. I mean, you could have had an all-women's brand on CW network, but I don't think you'd want to do that without testing it first. You know, CW have bought what they've bought. I don't think you could just switch it up by making it an all-women's brand, but you could certainly put a women's brand on Peacock, but what would be the business benefit of doing that? Because Peacock have already paid. Unless you're going to get more money out of them, but I don't know that you will. You could maybe create a new brand and try and shop it around, see if someone will buy it. You could try that. I think that there's an argument for... I think there's an argument for that, trying to see if there's interest in a female brand. I don't know if you saw on UK streams. I don't know what are we talking about. We're backstage with Ava. Have you got a medical update on Mr. Chase? So we're just interviewing Ava right now. Gallus, Rascals, Hank and Tank. They'll be in a triple threat this weekend. #1 contenders thing. Oh, wow. So whoever wins tonight, the championship will be defended as part of the launch show in Chicago. So it doesn't matter who wins in this next match, it will be defended on that launch show. That's interesting. Lexis King taking on Oro Mensah. Ava is a flop, said Word of Wrestling. Will Ava ever return to the ring? I don't know what they're doing with her. I don't know. I don't know what the situation is. I don't know if her heart wasn't in it or... Okay, so Joe Hendry against Ethan Paige is our main event. I wonder what is going to happen here. Because I personally would have had Roxanne as the main event. I think Giulia coming in is such a big deal. That would be a great way to have ended the show. If this is just going to be like Ethan retaining. I don't know. Are we going to get another surprise? get your scores in on that Roxanne Jada match. We have got the video package for our main event right now. Ada's not a flop. She can wrestle. She's being treated unfairly. It's just wrong, said Opala. Six Horror Kingman, shout out to you. She doesn't have to worry about it. She's never going to get let go with her father in charge, says Shaquem. I hope Ethan retains. Nothing against Joe, but I've not been impressed by him, said Austin. Darren said, any news on Noam? No news. Not that I've seen. Has to end on a high, said Word of Wrestling. What would a high look like, though? I mean, technically, Ethan Paige is the heel. Do you know, I mean, I know that Joe Hendry is a meme, and I know that loads of people are into it, but I don't know. I've seen people siding with Ethan Paige. I think there's a lot of Ethan Paige, well, not a lot, but well, I'm sure there's plenty of Ethan Paige fans that are not going to they betray him, you know. I think the majority will be with Joe Hendry. It's a weird situation, isn't it? Him winning and taking that NXT title to TNA. Just going to be weird. I believe in Joe, but he ain't winning, said James. Nathan thinks Joe is going to get this one. Daze, would you like another tarot card? Sonny, I'm all right because I'm thrilled with the one I got already. It was factually correct. I'm worried that we might... Do you know what I mean? It's only down from there for me, Sonny. You pulled a card that called me a hero. Do you know what I mean? It's hard to want to gamble. I don't feel a need to gamble. I think what we should do is just reflect on the card that was pulled. And just all agree with the results, basically. The whole PLE has been brilliant, said Opala, apart from the Wendy match. That was, you know. When Wrestling said, I can't have Hendry win, but what if it's just a trick being involved? Show ends. Why not, Giulia? Yeah, I don't know. The Giulia thing feels like the big moment that a lot of people came into this show wanting. Like, that seemed to me to be the bigger talking point, but... Look, let's see. We're going to find out. Let's, This music, man. This music. Yes. Yes. Whoop that trick. Whoop that trick. Yeah, let's not have this guy in the title match. He's too over. Whoop that trick. Bum, 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 bum. When that music hits, such a good intro. You know, it's like when Stone Cold's music broke. It was a good, like, oh, it just got you straight away. With tricks like that. And then you get the drop. The drop that follows. So you get to enjoy the horns, and we all enjoy a horn. And then, good reaction from the crowds, as you'd imagine. What that trick? Dun, 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 dun. It's Joe. Debuts like Wyatt's then closed the show. They're much more effective. Kim Strange said, I was dancing along with you. I had a great time. Kim Strange, thank you. Ethan Paige. Oh, I was trying to read that sign. Trying to gauge the reaction. It's definitely a positive reaction. Yeah, they're all waving their arms. Wow. 90% oh. There's definitely Ethan fans, though. You can spot them. Joe turned towards the camera. It gave me hurricane flashback, said Matt. Booker said he's focused and he is ready for this moment. Mr. Quake said Izzy Dame is bully and I love it. Word of Wrestling said I believe in HBK. Okay, here's Ethan backstage. He's going to do exactly what he does best, and that is win. Hit my music. Ethan coming out. I don't know Ethan's music, you know. 56, 25. Yeah. Yeah. Great 81% for Roxanne Jada. That makes it the match of the weekend, you know. No, it doesn't. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Roxanne Jada beat CM Punk Drew by 1%. We've got breaking news. Breaking news. Roxanne Jada beats CM Punk Drew to become match of the weekend. Okay, Ethan Paige, Joe, Hendry. Ding, ding, ding. Darren said, is Joe only getting this because of the crossover? If this happened every week, would it not be as over? I don't know. I don't know. I think he's just got himself really over with people. WWE have noticed that. And they've got this relationship, and I think they're just milking it for as much as they can milk it. Did they milk it to the point where they put the title on him, though? It deserves it. Punk Drew was good, but that's about it, especially with the goofy lights and no blood, said Nivet. Spet said this show has been average so far. Big Time said, Ethan sucks. Believe in Joe. Ethan put on some clothes. Crowd are chanting, we believe. People don't talk about NXT tonight. They show the wrestling world why they need to now. I need more than a catchy song to be a fan, says Austin. Ego is like MJF for WWE, said Word of Wrestling. Macca said Giulia beats Roxy at the next pay-per-view. Who would come out after Stephanie? And then we get Giulia Stephanie. I don't know. I don't know if you'd want to have Stephanie Wright go after the title. I don't know if you'd have to just build them up a bit. Whoop, that chick being chanted by the fans. He's got his shirt on. He's telling them to get on with it. Whoop, that chick. Is he going to call it down the middle? He said he will. Is he going to call it down the middle? We believe chant as Hendry is back in the corner and Trick is counting. 3. You got 5. Oh, got in there a bit quick, Trick. I'm the ref. I'm the ref. I'm the ref. I'm the ref. He got to 3, and then he started pulling them apart. They have got till 5. But he is also right. Here's the ref. What he says goes. Yeah, he's got in there again. Booker is like, let him fight. Yeah, in all fairness, he has separated them early both times. Locking up. Headlock by... First time a TNA wrestler has competed for the NXT men's title. Obviously, Jordan competed for the women's. Yeah, that is strange. Does no one else think that's strange? Booker T's like, if Hendry wins, he could take the title and just ride off into the sunset. It's like, that is weird, isn't it? Like, he is an outsider. But the NXT fans don't care. I think if he did that, they'd be in the background waving him off, waving their arms in the air. Imagine if he turned on him and Joe Hendry was all like, you fickle fans. You were waving away. You supported me whilst I won this title and that I'm off. I'm taking this to TNA. They'd feel like mugs. The crowd are behind Hendry said word of wrestling. The internet will go crazy if Joe wins. I am here for the chaos, said AB Jobson. Austin said it would be a nice twist if a TNA wrestler did take the NXT title, but not for this one. Against the ropes goes Ethan. Shoulder tackle into Joe. Joe's like, no, no, no. Bit of trash talking between these two. Ethan against the ropes. No. Ethan looking out at the fans. He throws in a kick to the midsection. Ethan goes against the ropes. Hendry against the ropes. Shoulder tackle. Ethan goes down. Daze, what if AJ joined TNA NXT title picture? What, who for? AJ Francis? He's got him up. Where's he putting him? He's just sort of parading him around. AJ Francis or AJ Styles? Or AJ Lee? Twitter is going to be a shambles once Jey Uso loses to Braun, says Brony. Kick coming into the midsection. Trick will turn on Joe and say he did it for NXT, said Nivet. And the NXT fans will boo him. This is messing with my head. Trick doesn't want to see the NXT title get taken away to TNA, so he stops it, and then the NXT fans will boo him. Shots coming in. I'd ride with Trick. I'm ride or die. If he does that, I'll understand why he did it. Ethan sucks his the chant. Ian said, I had a feeling this match would lead to TNA against NXT at Worlds Collides. Booing as Ethan looks out to the crowd. Joe Hendry down. Imagine if Josh Alexander debuted tonight, said Big Time. Clothesline by Joe and Ethan goes down. We're 2.5 hours into this show, you know. Shoulder tackles coming in by Ethan. Hendry goes down. Trick hasn't really had to get involved too much. ECW versus... Imagine that. Imagine if ECW was around. Crazy. Who's fighting? Joe Hendry, Ethan Paige. Our main event of the evening. Ethan walking round as Joe Hendry is down. Big Time said, where would you rank Raw, SmackDown and NXT from favourite to least favourite at the moment? well, Raw top. And then, honestly, it's a week-by-week basis as to which was the better show between SmackDown and NXT. Sometimes I prefer SmackDown, sometimes I prefer NXT. So, I think that changes. There's been, genuinely, there's been some weeks where I think NXT's been the better show that week. Sometimes I think it's been SmackDown. But I think Raw is clear of both. Nice suplex there by Joe Hendry. And he's looking out at the fans, at the crowds. Booker T said he's starting to believe. Kick coming in there by Ethan. Joe in the corner, shoulder first. Ethan grabbing Joe, picking him up, slamming him down. Tonga Loa is the best wrestler today. Let's go. Shoulder up by Joe. You can't convince me. I wouldn't want to, Austin. I think you're correct. Brony said SmackDown without Roman is garbage, and you can thank Cody for that. Of course, Raw is the best because of the Wyatt Sicks, says James. Are you looking forward to tomorrow's Raw after Berlin, said Drew. Oh, yeah, definitely. Definitely. More Wyatt Sicks goodness. What's next for Gunther? Obviously, we've got Rhea and Damian. They're going to be gloating about their win. So we've got that as well. So here we go. Suplex coming in by Ethan. We're in the corner. A couple of guys in the crowd dressed as refs. No, it's a good camera shot, that, isn't it? Choke slam. Going for a choke slam. No. Nope. King Yeti said, I believe in William Hensey. Oh my God, yes. Yes. I believe in Will Hensey. Yes. Boom. Down goes Joe Hendry. 1, 2. Oh, that's great, King Yeti. That's great. 1, 2. William, can you dye your hair blonde and do the turning around thing? Do you know, in my mind, if William did that, if he did the turning around Joe Hendry thing, he would just, William would just be completely naked. Everything would be out, swinging away. And you know, I think he'd turn around extra violent so it really swung. Like that. That's what's going on in my head right now, Mr. Hensey. That's the image I've got. I hope that's okay. Chick is a fair ref. Yeah, he's just letting him go in here. He's not doing much. Daze, what's wrong with it? I didn't say there was anything wrong. I didn't say there was anything wrong. Joe Hendry pointing to Ethan. He's telling Trick to get out the way. He goes over. I don't know what that was, really. Sort of landed on the back of the head of Ethan. Daze, how mad is it that Mo Salah has played 128 games at Anfield and scored 128 goals? That is mad. Into the ring steps goes Joe Hendry. Ethan Page starting to fight back. Joe Hendry is up and he's going to get razors edged on to the edge of the ring. Hendry down. Any bad blood match predictions for that card? Not yet, bud. Well, I think it'll be all grudge matches, but... Joe Hendry is still down. Edge of the ring, yep. 9. And Joe Hendry gets in. He just beats the count. So he gets in after 9. Shots coming in by Ethan. He's also made 350 appearances and scored 300 goals. So Joe Hendry is down at the moment. Ethan is arguing with Trick. Who would you have between Rhea and Liv? It's probably got to be Liv, hasn't it? I think Liv needs that title at the moment. Rhea doesn't. Hendry, kick to the midsection. Picking up Ethan. He's going for a razor's edge. He's got him up. Razor's edge. Going for the pin. 1, 2. Kick out by Ethan. Kick out by Ethan. Did you see TNA? I believe Jeff Hardy and Matt Hardy. I did, yeah. I got sent the clip. What if the Hardys save him, said Word of Wrestling. Oh. Oh. That would be a moment. Ethan wins. He starts beating up on Joe Hendry. I don't know what Trick would be doing. And then what? The Hardys come out. That would be a moment. And then I wonder if it would set up like a 6-person tag. Big shot there by Ethan. Oba Femi is NXT, said Mac. Butcher's going to come out, said Nivek. Liv Morgan is worse than Zion Quinn, and that's saying something. Oh, Austin used to love Zion Quinn. I don't think he's over it. Against the ropes goes Ethan. Clothesline by Joe Hendry. And again. Scoops up Ethan. And down goes Ethan. Loud cheer. Everyone rises up. And they start chanting, we believe. Grabbing Joe, picking up Ethan. Slams him down. Going for the cover. 1, 2. His foot's under the rope. Yeah. His foot's under the rope. Shut up, crowds. What are you on about? His foot's clearly under the rope, you muppets. Boo! You're following the rules. Trick did his job. Joe Hendry gets pushed into Trick. Boom. Choke slam. Trick's been knocked to the outside. Replacement ref. 2. Oh, look at replacement ref. Yeah, he was down quick, weren't he? He was down quick. Trick gets knocked to the outside. Replacement ref is here. Trick's down. Trick's down. Yeah, he could do that. Couldn't he? Why doesn't he just grab his title and walk away? Tries to roll up Joe. Joe trying to grab the belt. DDT onto the belt. DDT onto the belt. 1, 2. No! Oh, Trick! What's he doing? What's he doing? Oh. Right, now Ethan knocks the other ref down. Low blow. My God, this has got hats on hats on hats. Joe Hendry is up. There's going to be a... Oh, my God. Jesus, that wasn't even a razor's edge. He just hurled him. 1, 2. What came out? What is that in the ring? Ethan wins, but what the hell's that? Something is in the ring. Trick has to count the 3. And he didn't want to. In all fairness, the other ref should have flipping counted the 3. I don't know what that was. That was it a mouthpiece or something? Hendry got chucked so hard, something came off of him. Something broke. So he's talking to Trick here, Ethan. Ethan holds up. Trick holds up Ethan's arm, but he didn't want to. He didn't screw Joe at all. Thank you, Ethan. It was the ref's earpiece, said Alex. Oh, the ref's earpiece. That's interesting. Thank you. That is all-time bads. That is a stupid match, said Raven. Okay, so what do we do now? Does the show just end? Like, what do we do now? Sonny said, do you have any questions you would like to be answered by Tarot? I don't think so, bud. I don't think so. I wasn't really prepared for such a deep dive into life's big questions. I mean, that was a slow count by Trick, wasn't it? I don't want to do this. He hasn't jumped him either. Oh, Pete has. Pete Dunne starts attacking Trick. Oh, bitter end. On the outside by Pete Dunne. Pete Dunne just sort of looks around. Is that how it's going to end? Pete Dunne. I like Trick, said Raven. We've got the little all rights reserved in the corner. So Trick down. Pete has attacked, and that is it. Honestly, I would have switched that round. I don't think that ending is anywhere near as good as Giulia arriving. Pete attacking, Ethan retaining, and Pete Dunne attacking Trick. That ain't as exciting to me as Giulia. I think the ref was like, well, the belt happened to be lying there. Yeah, well, I mean, it doesn't really make a difference. I mean, so he disqualifies Ethan Page. Ethan loses the match but stays champ, doesn't he? So it doesn't make a massive difference. He could have DQ'd him and then the match would have been over, but Ethan wouldn't have won. So he went for the 3, but it was Trick that actually helped Joe by not allowing the ref to count the 3. And then Joe needed to stay switched on. He wasn't. He didn't. He gets caught. Loses the match. Should have switched those last 2. Then it would have been great, said James. We need AJ Francis or Tongaloa. I like the ending because I don't like Joe, said AKF. Trini said, I feel like that ending was not the right way for the show. I think Giulia should have been at the end. The ending was great, said Spartan. Who thought Giulia shouldn't close the show in production? Why? A Roxanne match would have been a better main event. Yeah, but I do think that there is a slight hatred for women that we have. So we can't really afford for them to close the show, you know? Because, I mean, they haven't got penises. So it's probably best we keep them in, you know, in their place. And their place is the co-main event. Yeah. So we're pleased that you've got your Giulia and all of that, but let the boys handle the main event. Yeah. Do you think Giulia has a nice phone case? I have not seen. I don't know. I'm sure she does. I'm sure she does. NXT has a bit to go before the women can main event, said Neil. Which is unfortunate. 10 out of 10, said Brandon. I would have rather watched CM Punk kiss Drew's bracelet. Junk bracelet. Junk bracelet. Let's go. King Vibe said, really, you would end the show on Giulia coming out? I would, yes, definitely. We need James Ellsworth at the end. Trini says, I'm off to curse Eve for eating the fudge apple. See you at Raw, Trini. See you around, my friends. Mitchell said, the first half of the show was great. The second half fell off. I'm going to go 675. What about you? Oh, this is tricky, you know, because I think I did enjoy Roxanne Jade better than any of the matches yesterday. And I thought the Axiom Nathan Chase U match delivered. Wesley Wentz was really good. Really difficult. Really difficult. Really tricky. Maybe because of the Kelani Wendy match, this doesn't quite get to Bash in Berlin level. But I don't think it's that far. I'm going to go... I'm thinking I'm about a 7.25. I'm thinking I'm like that. I think it definitely delivered. Definitely delivered. Love the Giulia arrival is one of my favourite moments of the weekend. And I think the Roxanne match is the best match of the weekend. So the best moment and the best match both happen on this show. Then add in the fact we got 2 shock results. I don't think we got any shock results at Bash in Berlin. And I think this is why we're getting close. But then you do have to look at the fact that main event wasn't it for me. And the Kelani match was not it for me either. So, you know, I think those kind of bring the score down for me. So, yeah, I'm going to say it just falls behind Bash, but there ain't much in it. I had a good time with this show. And actually, let's have a look, shall we? Because we need that final score. So, main events, we've had just over 300 votes. Looks like it's going to click in at great. Yes. So, great 45, all-time 9. So, that got great 54. Great 54. Bad 7. Good 37. So that means that the worst match on this show was Wendy Choo Kelani. I agree. Second worst match was Ethan Page Joe Hendry. Then we've got Oba against Tony. Then we've got Zachary against Wes. Then we've got Axiom and Nathan against Chase U. And the top match was Roxanne against Jade. And I think Roxanne against Jada is, yeah, I agree. I agree. I agree. Right. WWE screwed another TNA wrestler. They did the same thing with Roxanne Jordan. I guess now TNA wrestlers will never win a WWE title. I don't know that a TNA wrestler should win a WWE title, though. I don't know that I can say that's them being screwed. The fact they're getting an opportunity at a WWE title is pretty amazing. And don't forget, shock win for Zachary Wentz. So we haven't totally been moody to TNA talent. Title opportunities and a win is not bad. That's not bad. I didn't predict that Zachary result, but they've got it, and it looks like they're sticking around. They've got their eyes and sights set on the tag titles. Zachary beating Wes said big time, yeah. Jaden said, I disagree. I think Wes Zach was match of the night. People are only high on the Roxanne because Giulia turns up, says Jaden. Well, that's absolutely more than acceptable because Zachary Wes was great 74. So Roxanne Jada was only 7% ahead. I mean, there's a bit of a distance there, but it's not like one scored good and one scored great. It's still, they're both great and there's only 7% difference. So, yeah. I could understand it being that some people thought that was better. I could understand some people loving the tag match. We got a shock result there and a turn after. I don't know if anyone would go for Oba Tony. I don't know if anyone would go for the main event. I really don't think anyone. I don't even think Kelani's parents would go for Kelani against Wendy Choo. So there's probably 2 or 3 matches that are in the run in there, but it was a good show. Good show, as I said. I think it's only just a little bit behind Bash in Berlin. And for many out there, I think that for them, it may have been a better show. Right. I didn't feel like No Mercy. I didn't feel like a No Mercy. It was watered down, said Nivet. I will say that SmackDown up until WrestleMania was great. NXT has been a mixed bag. Lately, SmackDown has been putting me to sleep outside of maybe 5 episodes. Yeah, I think SmackDown has had its moments. I think some weeks I prefer SmackDown, some weeks I prefer NXT. Wes will cost the Rascals the NXT title, says AM. But Nathan said still a 10, but Joe should have won. I just feel like it's a one-sided partnership. What's wrong with having a TNA wrestler having a WWE belt? I love TNA and it's kind of deflating. Well, I don't think they should, because like them taking a NXT title to TNA as like we've done it, we've conquered NXT. Like, I don't really like how that feels. I don't really like that. I kind of feel like I get why we're working with them. And them being on the show is massive for them. I mean, their views, as we've said before, are like, what, 100,000, 200,000? NXT's over 600,000. So, and not only that, but you've got the WWE machine behind you just being showcased on NXT as a prize in itself for that talent. Because, you know, trying to get exposure is difficult. And being on NXT and being tweeted out on the WWE Twitter account and being featured on the WWE YouTube channel when they put clips up from NXT, like all of that is a massive benefit. Like if people can't see the value in that, I mean, I think you're missing a big part of what NXT is providing for TNA is that exposure. And so, and not only that, we're not just putting them in there against jobbers and just giving them a few minutes. We're putting them on PLEs. We're putting them in title matches. Like the main event of this show could have been used for an NXT talent to help, build them up. You know, we could have found a way of getting someone to go up against Ethan, but instead we went with a TNA talent. So, and we gave them time. There was 2 TNA talents on this card, and they got in high profile matches. They got time. They weren't on the kickoff show. They're, you know, I don't know what the views will be like for this show, but again, you know, that message goes out on the YouTube channel. Like, it's very hard to agree that this is a one-sided relationship. And then add in the fact that we gave Zachary a win tonight. It's like, I think we're more than pulling the weight with this. I really disagree hard that this is a one-sided deal. Really disagree hard with it. I just feel like it's TNA fans that just want more and more and more, and they want the titles. And I don't know. I mean, for me, the fact that we're working together is mind-blowing, and really anything TNA can get out of this is massive for them. So I don't think they're going to be down on it. I don't think they're going to be down on this relationship. But yeah, I'm not keen. I'm not desperate to see TNA taking NXT titles, even if they're faces and they're going to be respectful. It's still going to be weird seeing, like, just like how I don't think an NXT talent should win a TNA title. I would feel the same if someone went to TNA, like a woman, let's say Izzy Dame. Imagine Izzy Dame goes to TNA and she wins the TNA Knockouts Championship and then brings it back to NXT as like a prize, as a trophy. It's like, look, I went and I conquered. I could understand TNA fans not liking that, not appreciating that, and it feeling disrespectful. I could understand that. And I think it works the other way around as well. I think, you know, the truth is you've got people that watches both brands, but the truth is there's people like me that don't. I don't have any emotional connection with TNA. I'm not against them. I'm not down on TNA. I mean, I'm not bothered by it. I was excited for Jordan Grace coming over. I've been asked before, who would you like to see coming over? And I've given a few names. So I'm not down on this relationship, but I don't know. There's definitely things that I'm not looking for from it, but that's just me. I mean, there's going to be some people out there that are going to want those things from it, and maybe we'll tiptoe our way towards that. Maybe we'll do something. There'll be a TNA talent that gets a title, NXT title at some point a bit further down the road. Perhaps we're just still feeling it out, you know. Are people on board? What's the temperature like? All that sort of stuff, you know. For me, I think that we've been more than fair NXT with TNA. I think we've been a great showcase for them, and I think I don't know that the boost is being shown in their ratings, but I think there's a lot more people aware of Joe Hendry now that were before he came to NXT. And I think there's, you know, Jordan Grace has had a great platform to showcase her skills. Zachary's just got a win over Wes Lee. People are, I mean, I didn't even know about the Rascals, but I know of the Rascals now, and there's sure to be more people that are coming as well. So this might be a partnership that's only just getting started, isn't it? Joe said, I wish that Josh Alexander showed up. Joe was made to look strong. Ethan won with a low blow. I'm not sure about the complaint. It was stupid for a TNA talent to win the NXT title, thinks Leo. Didn't Kenny have 3 other company titles in AEW, says Joe. That's AEW, isn't it? I mean, it's funny you should say that, because if you ask TNA fans how they feel about the relationship with AEW, they weren't happy with it. They did not feel like they got treated well by AEW at all. So it's funny you should mention that, because that might back up that. I think the New Japan one is different, though, because if you win, like, New Japan titles, New Japan's trying to establish themselves in North America. Like, New Japan has got Japan on lockdown. Like, they're the company over there, right? So they're killing it over there. But when it comes to North America, New Japan obviously are trying to get a foothold, and they do come over and they do shows. And I think is New Japan Strong based there as well. But for them, America is a land that they are trying to continue to grow. So for them, if someone wins a title and then puts it onto, you know, AEW TV, I think they would see that as a boost. I think they would see that as our title is on their show. And that's great for us because, you know, we're trying to grow in America. We're trying to showcase our talent. We're trying to show what we do. I'd be interested to know if New Japan fans felt that was disrespectful. I don't know how the New Japan fans feel about it. But I think it feels a little different because, as we said, they're a Japanese promotion, and you can see the benefit as to why their belt being on American TV might be useful. Bit different when both promotions are North American. And also when I question how much is NXT getting from it. It's funny because people say that this is one-sided and that TNA's doing all the heavy lifting, but I look at this and go, what's NXT getting from it? Because I ain't seeing no increase in the views. If I look at the NXT ratings, they're exactly where they were. Low 600,000s. So it's not saying to me that we're bringing in a load of viewers. And I don't know. I mean, like, if it's not helping the views, then what are we actually gaining from it? Bit of excitement, few fun moments for, you know, bringing in like Joe Hendry and the crowd pop in, bringing in Jordan Grace and the crowd pop in, potentially bringing in the Hardys. Maybe we're getting that out of it. But I think that TNA benefits a hell of a lot more. I think the boost to their brand is a lot greater. So the one-sided argument I do struggle with because I really don't see it that way. I didn't mean that I was upset. I love both and I've watched both, said Nathan. Yeah, that's good. I think if you watch both, you're eating good. I mean, I think if you're watching both, it's a good time for you because this must be like dream match scenario where you're getting people coming in from TNA and you've got the NXT talent and you can start to kind of fantasy book. And I don't think it's that big of a dream to think that we could head towards like a NXT TNA pay-per-view, you know? So, I mean, I would imagine that that's all enjoyable. But, yeah, I do struggle when it comes to, like, the one-sided thing, because I don't see it that way. But, you know, it is what it is. The AEW TNA partnership was horrendous, said James. AEW talent winning their titles, Tony burying on their own TNA episodes, no TNA talent showing up on AEW. Well, I think, honestly, the truth is that there's going to be a lot of different opinions on this. Might make for a good opinion video. I think there'll be lots of... I think there's a scale, isn't there? If you're an NXT fan that doesn't care about TNA, you're not going to want to give TNA anything, right? If you're a TNA fan that doesn't care about NXT, you're not going to want to give NXT anything. If you're someone in the middle that watches and loves both, then you're going to want different people to win and different, you know, titles switching rounds and all this kind of stuff. And, you know, and that scale, I mean, wherever you are on that scale, I think will dictate what it is you're looking for from this. So I think it's, you know, it's a good partnership. It's a partnership that I think has potential. To be honest with you, would question if we would even do this if AEW existed. If AEW existed, I don't even know this partnership happens. I feel like a large reason as to why we're seeing a lot of going abroads and a lot of international shows and why we're working with TNA is all to do with AEW. I think we're going abroad so that we can secure the fan bases over there. I think AEW doing Wembley was in the works for a while. And I think that the only reason we got Clash at the Castle was so that we could get a show there before the Wembley show from AEW. And I think this is why you're seeing this big drive international now. They might not want to admit it, but it just seems very coincidental to me. Granted, a lot has changed, but we've never put this focus internationally before. I mean, we've just done like a France pay-per-view, a Germany pay-per-view. There's reports of an Italy pay-per-view. We did Scotland. We've done Wales. We've done Money in the Bank in London. You know, we never put this focus internationally before. And now we are, after AEW have started to go international. It does seem very coincidental. And then, of course, if we have a relationship with TNA, when people's contracts come up, we might be able to convince them to come to us. We might be, might be able to plant seeds, come in, yeah, get to know everyone, come and use the Performance Center. Joe, when your contract's up, you know we'll look after you. You know everyone, you've used the PC, you know your way around. Come to us, mate. Don't go to AEW. You won't even get on the show. Come to us, come on. Come on. Jordan Grace, come on. You've had a great time, you love it over it. You know Sean. You bought him that chef's hat. Come on, kid. I think it's about securing their talent. That's what I think it is. I think it's about securing their talent, and it's about making sure there's a relationship that works for both, so that they don't go back to AEW. Because if they go back to AEW, then maybe we lose Jordan to AEW, maybe we lose Joe Hendry to AEW, maybe we lose Hammerstone to AEW. Whereas now that is a supply chain that's been cut off. Forget it. You know, you've really got to fall out with WWE and TNA and really not be into the partnership to just like go walking off to AEW now. Like, I think everything's kind of flowing to WWE, isn't it? So we've got this, when the contracts are up, we've got this steady supply chain, you know? And listen, we can help them with that in regards to if we do get Joe and we do get Jordan and whatever, we can send people to TNA. We've got, you know, people that are learning. We could find a way of kind of integrating them into the system, so we could send people on excursion. So listen, I know we're taking some of your talent. We've got some talent like, say, Kelani, who's not quite ready to be called up, but she's good hand, and I think she could do something for you. Have her for 6 months. We've took Jordan. You're a little light. Have Kelani for 6 months. Have Duke Hudson for 6 months. Have Tony for whatever, you know. Maybe in the future we see those kinds of deals and those kinds of situations. And who knows if the companies get closer aligned, because to me at the moment it still feels not us versus them, but it still sort of feels like we're very early in this. Still sort of feels like, you know, someone comes over and it's like, oh, they're here from TNA, and it's a bit of a surprise. Maybe as it gets closer, it won't feel that way, and it all starts to feel a bit more, you know, united. It won't feel if a title goes to TNA that it's a little bit like, you know, oh, they've got our belt. You know, that is how it would feel to me right now. If someone from TNA won the NXT title, it would be like, we need to get our belt back. You know, they've got our belt. And I don't know, that just would not sit well with me. That's not something I'm looking for. I'm sure that if Joe won it, he would be great with it and he'd be very respectful with it. I'm sure that would be fine, but I would still want an NXT talent to get that flipping belt back. And I would not be shocked if that worked the other way round as well. Nathan said, I love this community. I can express myself and I can be heard. Yeah, I mean, that's what we do. I mean, all we ask for is for honest opinions. We just ask for honest opinions and then we like just chuck them round. I mean, you would like to see more for TNA. And I hear that. And maybe you get that. As we said, early stages, maybe we do work our way towards that. And we do get, like, TNA does get more. I do think we're still in that feeling out stage. I do still feel like it's like, ooh, everything's new, isn't it? In the sense of, you know, now we've just had a TNA talent headliner, a PLE. So if that happens again, it's not going to feel as weird. We've just had a TNA talent try for the NXT title, not succeed. But again, all of a sudden, that's a barrier broken, you know? We've just had a TNA talent beat an NXT talent on an NXT show. So if that happens in the future, it won't be strange anymore. So it's still very early. But there's nothing to say that this partnership's going to be ending in September or October. We might be sat here around WrestleMania time. And God knows where we'll be with it. But I think this feels long term. Doesn't it? It doesn't feel like it's going to end anytime soon. And the word coming out from TNA is that they're fairly happy with it. I think they're pleased with it. So if it's working for everyone and everyone's getting something from it, then let's see where it goes. Big Time said, Daze, one of the reasons the TNA partnership happened was because WWE was in an MLW lawsuit. They did settle it for $20 million. This was done to show that WWE is welcoming. Now they've fully embraced, says Big Time. Do you think so? Do you think that was a reason? Do we know that's been mentioned anywhere, or is that a theory? I do really think it's to do with AEW. I don't think it's to do with image, because I don't think WWE care. WWE historically don't really work with other companies, so what do they care if they're seen as moody? And plus, how much did that MLW thing damage them anyway? They paid $20 million and it was all done. Maybe it was. I don't know. Maybe it was. Jennifer said, for me, just having AEW even exist has been awesome. Can't forget their importance. When WWE, they were less competition, it was needed. We do get to enjoy as well, said Jennifer. Yeah, I agree with that. I think that AEW existing is a positive for WWE. And we actually spoke about that the other day, in the sense of, we said about the international shows, I don't think we would have had them if it weren't for them. And who knows, maybe you wouldn't get this partnership if it wasn't for them. And I think that their WWE do have to make sure they're on their A game a bit more than maybe they would. You know, there's no coasting. You can't afford to. So I agree, competition has made the WWE product better. I think, though, with that being said, WWE is also competing, and that means trying to find advantages and edges. And so, you know, this is where they're trying to get the best talent out of AEW. They're trying to take the TNA relationship away. You know, listen, if they could get the New Japan relationship, I think they would. I think they would. If they could get, I think, didn't they? They did. They did. I'm sure they did. And didn't Tony come out and say, I don't know what Nick Khan's talking about, like having some agreement with New Japan because I've got the agreement with New Japan. So I think they did actually try to get New Japan. It feels like to me like they're open for business and they're open to working with people, and they don't feel threatened by these other companies like taking their spot or anything. And I do think a large part of it is to stop the supply into, you know, if we worked with New Japan, we might have been able to have smooched Okada and Ospreay and Switchblade Jay White, and we might be able to have convinced them to have come to us. We're not this nasty, evil corporation that we were under Vince. Like, it's different now. We'll treat you right. Come on. Over it. Have a good time. I mean, none of it's true. It'd be awful for them, but come on. Look at Ava's tweets. Oh, let's have a look, shall we? Oh, I need to do unseen, don't I? I'm sat here flipping chatting away. Ava's tweets with Roxanne. Ava backstage at No Mercy. I don't have it. I don't have it. I thought I would be sent it, but I wasn't, because people hate me. Ava NXT. Let's search that. God, do you know, I hate Twitter. When you try and search for someone, it's so hard. You have to go through all these flipping fake accounts to try and get to the account that you want to get to. So many parody accounts. Like, you've got one here, Ava. It's got a name. It's got a picture. You're clicking it, 100 followers. It even says, like, Ava WWE. I don't know. That's going to take me too long. I've got to wade through a load of nonsense. Ava is laughing at Roxanne. It is funny, said Sean. Hello, Sean. Hope you're well. She might have blocked you. No, I don't think she's blocked me. I'm not aware that she's blocked me. I don't think I've said anything for her to block me. Daze, you are smart. I would never think about those things. Nando, shout out to you, dudes. Right, I need to run away anyway because I need to do the unseen video and everything. But a big thank you to everyone that joined us. I hope you enjoyed the show. I thought, as we said, for me, moment of the weekend, match of the weekend. We got them both here today, so lovely stuff. So, right, we are back tomorrow for Raw, and it should be a good Raw. Obviously, we get some Wyatt Sicks goodness again, so I'm looking forward to that. And then, of course, we're back on Tuesday with NXT, so we'll find out what is next as we come out of No Mercy. So, thanks for watching. Appreciate the support. See you again next time. Bye for now.